everyone. Welcome to our Board of Education workshop meeting. Board Member Craighead, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes, please stand. Ready, begin.
Feliz Dia de Muertos, everyone. We welcome those who are here for the purposes of addressing the board at the proper time and the order of their request. If you wish to speak during the meeting, please fill out a form, and we have one here indicating your name and the agenda item you wish to address. You may also request to give testimony on an item not listed for discussion today. However, full discussion on any items not listed on the agenda will have to be delayed until such a time as they can be publicly posted in advance as a regular agenda item. If you wish to ask questions, please address them to the chair and not to any individual members of the board or staff. And we do have one, Leticia, public comment. Okay. And we have Tonya Reyes Uranga. Good morning, Tonya.
Good morning. Tonya, Area 2. I'm here to discuss redistricting scenarios 1, 2, and 3. I hope you will provide for all three maps to be modified or tweaked, as there may be no perfect map. In fact, there is no perfect map. As far back as 2000 census, Latinos have constituted the largest ethnic group of residents within the city of Long Beach and have endured disproportionate elected representation for decades. Currently, Latinos represent 43% of the city's population and 58% of the school district. In city redistricting, the Latino community was really not appropriately engaged. From understanding the mapping process, internet access, inability to access information on computers, and lack of language interpreters. And I hope the district does better and is planning for an in-person meeting, as this is the best way to engage the public. The majority of City of Long Beach redistricting meetings have been in person. Because this is very complex and the data is detailed, many parents access their Zoom via phone. It's really hard to see a map on a cell phone. Have you ever tried to stay focused on a Zoom call with data and important issues be discussed with 4 children in the house where computers are located in the same room as a child's bedroom, or in a living room that's also a kitchen? In areas 1, 2, and 3, the Latino population percentages drop double digits compared to voting age populations in all scenarios. This should be factored in when drawing the lines, while the white and other increase in population compared to CVAP. In addition, a higher variance should be allowed when looking at trying to consolidate communities of color. Adjusting these maps are useless unless we can determine the numerical results of our design. This is where a program like the one the city has is very useful and would help with more accurate input. Larger print of the letters and numbers on data would also help, along with maps with street names. At the last meeting, it was magnanimously stated by a trustee that they represent everyone in the district, not just their area. And while this is true, not everyone voted for you. You were voted in by your district, and the extent that you are responsive to those voters, you should remain, especially if they see improvement in their children's education and safety, and if you are accessible to parents. You are responsible for the schools and students in your district and for ensuring that they understand redistricting and that they come out and express their opinion. I hope the board considers at least one in-person meeting. The information is complex, like I said, and the graphics are difficult to see if you're on a cell phone, and a lot of our parents use their cell phone for Zoom. Let's see, it's impossible sometimes to use a phone to see graphics as opposed to a wide screen. So I look forward to you at least scheduling one. The city has had at least one every week in the last couple of weeks for redistricting for the city of Long Beach, and so I think the district could at least try to have one in-person meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonya, and thank you for the suggestions for making our process more accessible. And I know we'll have a presentation on some of the details, but as an example of the process that we're using, Tonya, if you want to come on up. So Mr. Suarez was at a Lincoln Elementary School event this past Saturday, so we're looking at also other community events to be present in person, as you suggested. And then Yumi was on a call. yesterday along with Mr. Suarez for the district community advisory, DLAC, I'm sorry, English Learner Advisory Committee. So thank you for the suggestions, Tonya. We'll have an opportunity to discuss making sure that we're accessible for community
Well,
members.
thank you. Any way we can help, we're trying to have community meetings with parents so that they can understand the language, the terminology, and the data. So
All
thank you.
good, thanks. Leticia, anyone else out there? James? Are we good? Okay. Dr. Baker, will we transition into teaching and learning?
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to start the day with all of you. We're in for a treat of a day and a half of learning together. Today, you'll see that the agenda is primarily focused around teaching and learning and the supports that hold teaching and learning across the district, including an overview of our iReady data that you're going to hear about this morning. And then ending the day talking about board governance and development that helps us to stay focused on teaching and learning. This is the core work of our district, and while all of the work of our business offices and others matter, the core work of our district is the mission of teaching and learning in our classrooms. And so what a great opportunity for you to get glimpses of things related to health and wellness and different aspects of teaching and learning. And Dr. Benitez, I know we were going to share a little bit just about the more informal nature of a workshop that allows us to engage in good conversation, to ask questions. And so our staff today will allow for time to ask questions. Of course, they have a presentation, but we'll try to stay on the agenda, but allow for questions. And then at the end of the day, we'll do some processing. So encourage you to take notes if there are things that you want to inquire about further and hear more information about in the future that's not covered today. Feel free to really take those notes, and then as we debrief the end of the day, it'll allow you all to put forward some of your ideas and things that you're curious about beyond what you hear today.
Can I add a few things,
Yes,
Dr. Baker?
absolutely.
So yeah, Dr. Baker and I had a chance to check in about our day today and tomorrow. And oftentimes what I've heard from my colleagues is that we just don't have enough time for discussion. So we've been intentional today in how we've thought about today and tomorrow. I encourage us to sort of use 3 prompts in terms of how we think through today and tomorrow. And especially as we tie this into our governance conversation this afternoon. One is sort of what things you like, couple things from today in terms of time, in terms of opportunity for discussion. A couple of what things, do we want to sort of think through for our next board workshop. And so for those things, I would just remind our colleagues here that we're not hard-pressed to get through a meeting like we will tomorrow evening, right? That the presentations that we have before us, we're seeing for the first time, and that was intentional, so that we could sort of have real-time, visceral discussions on the materials that's presented to us, but it's not to be able to address or resolve everything today. So as Dr. Baker mentioned, I think this is a good opportunity for us to think about future agenda items and how, what questions remain unanswered, what things we'd like to continue to see more of, and or if something clicks on something that we haven't seen, to be able to share that with each other today so that we can add those to future agenda items. The last thing I would say is, and particularly for our governance conversation, that part of this will also require us going into communities, right? So when we, for example, get the latest data shared with us today for iReady, that we sort of think through, okay, how does this align with some of the conversations that we'll be having with community members as we develop our broader vision and board goals around student outcomes. So, feel free to, if we need more time on any particular thing, we'll take some time today to read through materials. If we need to pivot, we're flexible today and tomorrow morning, and we've built in extra time at the end of the day. So thank you, Dr. Baker, for sort of transitioning to this new way of thinking through our agendas, and just being cognizant that we want to spend some time today having conversations versus back and forth Q&As with our presenters.
Okay, so we are going to kick off today with a health and wellness update that is going to include aspects of policy and procedures associated with student health and wellness, and also an update on our school wellness centers and a policy that is coming up for an assessment later in the school year. So I will pass to Dr. Kale for the first of our presentations.
All right, good morning. So the time for this segment will be split between Dr. Simon's team and myself. And actually, this is going to be a brief update, some information of some things that are to come. So I'm going to be sharing some information on wellness-related items that are housed in the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development. So we have several board policies that relate to wellness that I want to draw your attention to. And in your packets, for your future reference, you have a couple of the full policies printed out related to what I'm going to be talking about today. So it's not for now in the moment, but it's there for your future reference if you are so inclined. So the topics that I'm going to talk about today are condom distribution planning, local school wellness policy, and a brief health curriculum update. So we're going to start with Board Policy 6142.1, and I want to start by giving you a little bit of history around that policy. So in July of 2019, the board adopted a revised version of that policy, and the policy itself is the Sexual Health and HIV/AIDS Prevention Instruction Policy. So that is the actual board policy. And what that new policy revision entailed was a stipulation that condoms be distributed in our high schools by February of 2020. And the board then asked staff to form an implementation advisory committee. So that committee was convened, and they met in October and November of 2019. Whoops, I'm sorry, there's more clicks here. All right, so I'm gonna just populate that slide. Okay, so Board Policy 6142.1, the committee then came back with their recommendations, and they recommended that we partner with the health department for cost-free condoms, that we provide these in various areas of the campus, allowing for anonymity, and that there be a slight revision to the adopted policy, and that we also draft administrative regulations. And then, as you might imagine or recall, COVID hit. And so school closures stopped, and the momentum of all that work just kind of came to a pretty much a screeching halt. So what we're doing is we're revisiting that at this time, and we're working on bringing it back and looking at our next steps. So our next steps would include later this month, providing you with a slightly revised board policy. Then in December, I would be working with my colleague, Dr. Simon, and other colleagues around a process for distribution. So we want to have that ready by December, with the ultimate goal being in January of 2022. That's where we are in January. Sorry, the number threw me for a loop. But yes, in January then being able to actually do the distribution that we planned to do almost 2 years prior. All right, so I'm gonna take you now to the second policy that I wanna give you a little briefing on, and that is the local school wellness policy. That's Board Policy 5030. That policy was revised in February of 2020. And it's another example of work that got shut down during COVID. And actually, we were provided with a waiver along with all the other school districts around this work. So where we are now is, you can see on that slide, in June of 2022, so this coming June, we need to submit a triennial assessment. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what that means. So the triennial requirements, as the name implies, it is an assessment that we have to complete every 3 years. So we do this every 3 years, and it's for all districts who provide free or reduced price lunch. So this is a requirement. And I'm super excited to say that Pamela Secchi has agreed to come back and help us out with this project. So it's going to be quite the project. She's going to come back, she's going to help us coordinate it, and she will work as our Wellness Council coordinator. I'll talk about that in just a second. So the first step in the triennial assessment is to determine whether or not the board policy is up to date. And there's a nice green check mark there because yes, the policy that was adopted in February of 2020 is up to date, so we're good to go on that one. So moving through the rest of the work, we need to reestablish the Wellness Council. And Vice President Kerr was a member of the previous council, so we have a lot of experience in the room as far as the past practice. What we're working on establishing at this point is sort of a two-part council. The first part is an LBUSD working group, and then the second part is a parent, student, and community advisory committee. So in thinking about the roles, so the LBUSD working group, that will be made up of health and PE educators, food service employees, representatives from student health services and student support services. So it's a cross-departmental group that's coming together to form the working group, all right? And so what will they be doing? They will be assessing our progress toward current policy goals in the following areas. So nutrition is a big one, of course, physical activity, health education, and then student wellness. So things like psychological and counseling services are a part of that. And then we're establishing this parent and student and community advisory committee. So we'll be reaching out to members of the community with experience and expertise in student wellness. And what they will be doing is serving in an advisory capacity, working with the working group around goals, setting goals for the next 3 years. So the process is we do the triennial assessment, and then we go into goal setting for the next 3 years. So again, very grateful to Pamela for coming back and kind of giving us a hand with this multi-departmental lift. All right. Okay, and now just a quick update on some wellness-related curriculum before I pass the mic to my colleague or answer questions. I don't know which order we're going. I'm going to stop and then, okay, perfect. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. I wanted to give you the history of the change to board policy in the past and how that is a little bit relevant now when it comes to high school health classes. So prior to 2011 in our system, some of you who are here may remember, we had a required semester health course, and that course was paired with a computer applications course. So that was prior to 2011. Well, what ended up happening, as many of us recall, is that the board faced at that time some severe budget cuts. So at that time, the graduation requirement for health, high school health, was removed in 2011, along with computer literacy and service learning. And so those new requirements were first implemented with the class of 2015. So 2015, we have not had those requirements. And then we took comprehensive sexual health, HIV, and AIDS instruction and added that to high school biology. So that was the way that we were able to meet that requirement without the actual course. Around the same time, maybe about 2 years sooner, 2009, I believe it was, we received a large linked learning grant in the district. So linked learning was starting to really begin to take roots, and we were beginning to establish some of the pathways. So we began to develop more robust pathways, and we began to look at things like courses of studies streamlined around industry themes, the CTE course sequences, and looking at completion. So the spaces that these courses once took up in the master schedule eventually began to get filled with some CTE courses or linked learning sequence courses. So that's just kind of the background on that. So where that takes us to now is just discussions around the future. What does the future hold for us? So when we think about, I don't know why there it is. When we think about high school health and whether or not we in the future want to consider it as a graduation requirement again, or whether we want to consider it as a course that we somehow can fit into the curriculum. Those are some of the conversations we need to be thinking about. We have to determine when we bring things into the master schedule what we might have to give up. So how might it impact some of our established pathways and our CTE completion rates? So it has to be thought about kind of in the larger picture. Kind of simultaneously, we know that we have to move to bring ethnic studies in. I mean, we have had ethnic studies, of course, in our master schedules, but it is now going to be a graduation requirement. So as we think about where that's going to fit in and how that will fit in the sequence, so we're sort of envisioning ourselves thinking about these things sort of simultaneously and reaching out to other districts, reaching out to our networks, working with our LBCC and CSULB colleagues to think about the work together and figuring out how we're going to address these important curricular areas for our students in the future. So that's just kind of the big picture around that. And then I think that takes me to questions.
Colleagues, any thoughts, questions, comments?
I'll go ahead and start us out. When it comes to health, I joined the board at a time when we were still making cuts, and it was a very challenging and difficult time for everybody. And I know why we had to cut health, but I think in the years since, there's a lot of evidence for reinstating that as a high school graduation requirement. I believe we've had different individuals and groups come to us at board meetings talking about the increased rate of STDs, and I'm not quite sure about the number of teenage pregnancies, but we need to take a look at all those, that type of data to help us make a better informed decision. But I would have to say that health should be a priority. And when we're talking about student health, we can incorporate mental health in that to make it a more, robust course or whatever. But I would like to go on record as saying I'd like to see health reinstated. And I hope that kicks off our discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Craighead. Anyone else?
Thank you, Dr. Kale. It's exciting to see us get back into this work because we know how vital it is. And I know Dr. Simon's also going to talk about wellness and mental health, and we're going to bring all that together because as we focus on student learning and teaching and learning and student outcomes, we know students can't learn if they're unwell. And so these two pieces continue to address how wellness is becoming more and more robust. So when you bring just a couple of more procedural questions, I concur with Ms. Craighead. She and I have talked on this dais a lot about being proponents of health. And my oldest son was the last class to get health as a freshman, and then it went away. And I just wanted to clarify, that was a local graduation requirement, not a state graduation requirement. So that was something LBUSD was doing above state requirements for graduation, correct?
Correct, yeah. Other districts offer health but don't necessarily make it a graduation requirement. So that was a local decision.
Okay, and that the ethnic studies requirement that is coming down is a state requirement for graduation. So as we talk about that, there were some differences around what we as Long Beach had as a local graduation requirement, but what is also required by the state, or minimum required by the state. Thanks to the committee members who met all those times ago, I remember when that was happening with Pamela Secchi, that there won't be a need for that committee to reconvene. You feel you have adequate information to work on revising the policy to bring to us?
Right, we have all the input from the committee, so we have all of that information. I think we're ready, now that we know what the recommendations are, we're ready to just move forward on the logistical aspects of it.
Great. So it says November 2021, so you hope to bring this to us at the next meeting and potentially December if it doesn't work out for November?
So the slight revision to the policy in November is the timeline, and then internally, just the internal workings of the logistics in December is what our current goal is, yes.
Okay, and those administrative regulations are not something that need to be approved by the board. So once we
Correct.
approve the policy amendments or change, you'll do the administrative regs within what's necessary for compliance within the system, correct?
Correct.
So we won't, so folks shouldn't expect to see that next piece come publicly here, but they'll just be how we will work it within the district.
That's correct.
And then implementation in the new semester, hopefully, or in the new calendar year. Great, thank you. And then on the Wellness Council, I was really happy to be part of that for the last several years. And so it's interesting to me that you're gonna break it up into 2 groups, because I know that one group had a little bit of everything. So it had staff members talking about concerns that were internal concerns, but it also had community members who brought community concerns. Can you talk a little bit about the decision to separate those 2 out?
Sure. The decision was, it has in part to do with the triennial for this year. So knowing we've got to get through this assessment and have a sort of a smaller working group gathering the internal data. So we are required to reach out to schools and ask them specific questions to fill out the triennial assessment. The idea is then once we've done this assessment, sharing the data then with an advisory committee who can help us make sense of the data and say, what is this telling us, and how should that then impact not only at the policy level, but maybe even at the practice level as well. Are there some practices or some things, are there some programs that we should be considering? So that's how we sort of see the relationship between the two, rather than having one large body try to do everything. That can be unwieldy, especially with COVID and Zooming and everything else right now.
Great. And I thank you for the conversation, the future conversation, or the nod to the future conversation we'll have around curriculum in totality around wellness and adjusting requirements and including new state requirements for ethnic studies. So, great, thank you. I appreciate all of the hard work to keep us in compliance. We know you talked about that waiver, and you and I have talked in the curriculum meeting that everyone was given that waiver, but that waiver is going away. And so now
Right.
it's really critical
business.
that we work hard to be in compliance, not just to be in compliance, but to keep our kids safe as well. So thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I just needed some details, and I think you already answered the question. Here you were saying that we need to assess the progress towards our current policy goals. I was curious about the actual assessment tool. So this is something that you said is governed by the state?
So we have a choice of several different tools. When I was doing the research into it, I will be honest with you, the first tool that I found was, I want to say 265 pages long.
Okay.
So it's a rather...
So really small, just a couple of answers, okay.
So there's different tools out there. There are several organizations that provide a set of tools, and you can choose from them. So there's not any one particular tool you use. Each of the tools has strengths and weaknesses, so we may choose to use one and then supplement it. So we're kind of in the process now of deciding exactly which tool to use. So as
Okay.
long as we submit our triennial assessment using a tool, we're in good shape.
Okay, so there is no mandate on which tool you have to use, is what you're saying?
No, there's a variety of tools we can select from.
Okay, and so that sparks my next question, because as we do these assessments, and I've been on both sides of the coin here, where one, we look at these things as a process of checking the box, right? Because we know that it's a requirement of the program. But then there's also the side of it where it really forces you to upgrade systems and practices that you've been using for however long, and you just haven't really taken a look into them. And so I try to look at it from this perspective, where this is an opportunity to improve our programming as a whole. And so I guess when I hear we're kind of on the fence of which assessment tool, I guess that should be the thought process in mind on which one you think will help us continue to improve our wellness procedures as a whole. So hopefully we can keep that in mind as we go through this process.
And you make a really good point around part of what happens in the assessment is that, as you say, the checking of the boxes. So can we certify that all of the snacks available to our students meet the requirements? Like, that's a checking of the box.
Right.
And then there's things like health education, and how are we approaching health education, what we were just talking about, which is a lot harder to, quote, assess. So that's why, each of the tools kind of does something a little bit different, and we have to pull it together, which is why we need Pamela's help.
And then my second question, and I know this is going to be a future discussion, but I'm curious on at least how it's evolving thus far in regards to the ethnic studies conversation. Is this something that's been brought back to our equity team, or I'm just curious?
Okay, so I would love, like, in the future, to bring you all an update on that work.
Okay.
It's November, I guess. It is November. So we've got 2 months of school behind us. But we did hire an ethnic studies coach,
Okay.
and she happens to also be one of our dual enrollment ethnic studies teachers from Cal State Long Beach.
Okay.
So that has been a beautiful marriage in terms of, from a curricular standpoint. So to start having discussions around what does the curriculum, or what will the curriculum look like for ethnic studies for required courses for high school, and then how does that feed into or support our students who go on to take dual enrollment courses at the university. So yes, we've had reach out from Long Beach City College, who's really interested in helping us start to get teachers trained and ready to teach ethnic studies. We're in meetings right now with our university colleagues to make sure that that program is doing all that we want it to do, and then thinking about the future. So there's just don't get me started. There's a lot of really exciting things. I mean, we're really excited about it, and it's to build it from the ground up, and talking to other districts and finding out what they're doing. So there's just a lot of opportunity for partnership, and really growing a program that we can be very, very proud of. So we will come back another day if we are invited and share progress on that. But
Yeah.
give us a little bit of time.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it. I know this is a new requirement of the district here. I guess the one thing that I was thinking of as we continue to build on this, I'd be curious, because I guess we can make it our own to a certain extent. I wanted to make sure that we were also using some of the historical context that we have right here in our rich history of Long Beach, recognizing that we have multiple cultures here represented, and I want to make sure that we're representing all of Long Beach.
No,
So-
and that's really important. It's one of the things that we're talking about is in much the same way that we're personalizing the professional development our teachers are getting, so that they're getting support and resources that support our local community. The same thing we're thinking about with ethnic studies. So because we can customize it locally and make it very relevant for our students here in Long Beach, which is very exciting.
Customized was the word I was looking
Yes.
for earlier. Thank you. And then can you give us the name of the ethnic studies coach that we've brought on? I'm just
Oh,
curious.
yes, her name is Rebecca Sanchez. She goes by Becky, but Rebecca.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kale. Just building on Mr. Miller's last question. So I think you have a formal invitation, Dr. Kale, to come back to us with really, in addition to the information that you're sharing, do we have a report, Dr. Baker, on outcomes related to our ethnic studies initiative?
So we have, our research office has partnered with a Cal State Long Beach center that has provided university coursework for ethnic studies, and that we have a 5-year report on that project for students that took college coursework through Cal State Long Beach ethnic studies. We do have a report on that I can offer to you all.
That would be great. So I think we just got to set a date, right, for when you think you would be ready, Dr. Kale.
Spring sounds good.
Okay,
Late spring.
maybe for our March board workshop in the
Yeah.
spring?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. And I think the timing here is, yes, we have AB 101, the Jose Medina bill, but I think the same kind of conversations are going on at the CSU. Actually, I know the same kind of conversations are going on at the CSU level, since it is now also a university requirement. And part of the conversation, I think I know someone in Chicanx and Latinx studies, it is around sort of building institutional capacity for offering this, all right? So the conversations around training, professional development, because the university also, even though everyone says it's a great thing and the evidence shows it's a great thing, universities, quite frankly, have not built capacity to actually offer it as a requirement. So some of those conversations have been contentious in terms of who's gonna teach it, but others really are forcing our educational systems to think about how do we build capacity. And so I think we're at an advantage here with the Ethnic Studies Initiative. So I'm really looking at that more as we have a foundation, a building block, and beyond the compliance, as Mr. Miller offered, that we have an opportunity here to be vanguardish, right, in the way that we implement ethnic studies in partnership with our LBCC and CSU colleagues. Two quick questions, Dr. Kale. One is related to my full support, along with Ms. Craighead and Ms. Kerr here, of exploring us offering health at the high school level as well. And I want to share, I had an opportunity to speak with some health teachers, and I had a conversation with Dr. Baker about this a few weeks ago. And two things that they highlighted in that conversation is the increase in sort of the health aspects of returning from a pandemic back to in-person learning, right? That many students did not have that in-person, one, instruction in the spring, but that they potentially won't get it again if we don't think about offering something in high school, right? So whether that's the increase in the data that was mentioned in STIs and STDs, whether it's the mental health aspects of that really, if anything, this pandemic has given sort of a lens for us to look at the disparities in health outcomes in our own communities, right, in relation to our students. So I think it's imperative for us from a community-based sort of assets perspective to explore what would be the best options, right, for us to offer health in high school. But I think also what I heard from our teachers is they're sort of seeing it on the ground floor, right, in terms of students. I'll give an example, right? Students at Washington not knowing what a condom is, right, and hearing it straight from a high school teacher, from a middle school teacher there. Other teachers speaking about, teen pregnancy, right? And again, in relation to all those things that are embedded in our policy here. So my question is, you may have, Ms. Kerr referenced this, so is the Wellness Council Committee the same that's referenced in Board Policy 6142.1? Are we talking about the same committee?
Yes, that is,
yeah, okay.
yes.
Okay, so it is the same committee.
It's the same committee, we're just creating a slight structure to it.
Okay. And then my question, and I think you covered this a long time ago, probably last summer, Dr. Kale, when we did our, not our curriculum audit, but when we were looking at the positions and how people were classified and what the titles were, you made reference to a health curriculum director. Is that in alignment to kind of these conversations and sort of what we're thinking about? So do we have a health curriculum point person right now? And sort of, can you speak to, if we do, what that role is, what it entails, and sort of the conversations that that person, if we have a position, is having with regards to what you just outlined here?
Sure. I think what you're referring to is, so the department, our department, OCIPD went through, let's call it a reorganization. And so in that process, anybody who has the title of curriculum leader needed to have an administrative credential. So it required us to kind of just take a look at our staffing. So in other districts, for example, health is often paired with physical education, and there's a health and physical education curriculum leader. In our district, we didn't have it that way. We had a 50% position that was health curriculum leader that was a shared teaching position. So what we did is we took the same 50% and added it and created a health science curriculum leader, but we then kept the same amount of FTE through coaching. So we're just approaching it in a different model that it's a new model for all of us. And so I think maybe what I need to do is help our team communicate that better so that teachers understand. But there is one point person, and there is a person who's been meeting with them the same way as the previous health curriculum leader did. But that's Brett Wiley is our health and science curriculum leader.
Great.
So does that answer that question?
It does, and so this is a new area for me. So when teachers were asking me, so was that position? What happened to that position? I said, why don't I just follow up and
Yes.
ask, right? What that is. So yes, thank you for that, Dr. Kale. So anything else
Dr.
from my
Benitez, may I
colleagues?
also add to what Dr. Kale shared? What we've discovered is that in many districts our size, there is a wellness coordinator position. And so you heard Dr. Kale talk about bringing Miseki in to provide some support. Typically, the kind of support that Pamela is going to provide is done by a staff member who operates in wellness. In most districts, they go between an office of school support and a curriculum office. They work at policies and some of the other things. So that is something that we'll contemplate in next year's budget, assuming that we have the right person. We've had a lot of learning in this space this year, looking at previous systems and what we aspire to have in our district, and of course, a huge increase in wellness services. And so we're looking at that for next year to think about what a leadership position would look like that could coordinate below the assistant superintendent level.
And I think it's important just to add that there's health curriculum, which has to do with what we put in front of the kids and teach them. And then there's a whole host of other wellness sorts of activities that are part of our local school wellness policy. So figuring out how you staff that becomes sort of its own puzzle. So I'll leave it at that, but we'll definitely circle back on these topics.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Kale. Ms. Kerr, I think you had one thing?
Actually, Dr. Baker covered it, because I know Dr. Kale and I had talked about that, because even previous to 50% health curriculum leader, in past years, we've had a person and a half or two that were grant funded out of different funds that are no longer available. So I know the structure of this has changed for teachers, which can be tough, because we know teachers need support in curriculum from K all the way through 12. So that Dr. Baker said that they're looking at best practices around the country and what other districts are using as a model to ensure that teachers are getting the support they need in curriculum, and that we're looking at, as you said, a wellness perspective, and in addition to the curriculum perspective. So thank you for that.
And Dr. Kale, did you mention something about the health curriculum being delivered in physical education classes, or is that?
So what I said is that in other districts, when they figure out how to staff the health curriculum leader type position, they often combine it with physical education. In our district, physical education is combined with more league responsibilities and middle school sports. So we take sort of all these responsibilities and combine them into one position that we call our PE curriculum leader. So that's what I was saying. Does that clarify it a little bit?
Well, I guess it's not just for myself, but I just want the issue to be clear for everyone. Where the health curriculum is being delivered for our high school students.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So it's delivered, well, we are required to provide comprehensive sexual health, HIV, and AIDS instruction. That's what the law requires for us to deliver in high school, and we're delivering that in biology classes. So that is where that component went when that health class went away.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I believe we've had the impression from some people that health was being delivered in our PE classes, and that our PE teachers were not maybe the most appropriate or the most comfortable delivering the health curriculum, especially when it relates to sexual health, to our students. So to hear that it's being delivered in a science class makes more sense. I'm thinking back to, when I was in school. I think that's when we talked about, sex education was in science. So that, makes complete sense. But I'm thankful that you cleared that up, because I know that we've had people saying that, that the sex ed was kind of delivered in the PE classes. So we'll put that one to rest. Thank you.
Sure.
When we used to have health in high school, was it in the 9th grade or the 10th grade that used to be offered?
9th grade, I believe.
9th grade? Okay. Thank you. Dr. Kell, I think we were going to transition to Dr. Simon, right?
We are. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kell.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. I believe it's Tuesday, yes it is. Well, good morning, Board President, Dr. Juan Benitez, board members, Dr. Joe Baker, Superintendent of Schools, our guest here today, and to the Long Beach community. As always, it is a pleasure to be with you and to also present to you today. So today's presentation will be conducted by Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama, our Director of Student Support Services, and will be centered around social, emotional well-being and health, with a focus on our high school wellness centers. So in short, the approach for the Long Beach Unified School District around health and mental health and well-being is really integrated in the social emotional learning aspect that we've really begun to expand this year. Our level superintendents in their offices have really kind of spearheaded this work many years ago. We're just working now to create more competencies around social emotional learning, specifically around culture and climate, and also with Dr. Kell and OCIPD working on the curriculum aspects of that work as well. We have the family resource centers that are now in their 4th year. That started with 26 sites. We have expanded to 32 sites in our district. We have expanded school-based mental health support for our students at many schools within our district. We now have a mental health concierge that we connect our families with as a warm handoff, regardless if they have commercial insurance, Medi-Cal, no insurance, just want to pay out of pocket. We have an excellent service that is providing families with quick and timely and efficient connections. And then we also have our high school wellness centers that I must say started initially at Jordan and also at Poly with their version of the wellness center, which is a care center as well. So when we're looking at how we are prioritizing health, right, we are utilizing surveys through Panorama, through Hanover, and also informal qualitative surveys to have open conversations, right, with our students about how they're doing, and our staff and our parents. I think what we've learned in our system is to really take the time to ask folks, how are you doing? So I know that sometimes that could be a little bit strange to people. I always tell folks, my family's from the South. So it's almost like you can't walk past somebody, this is how I was raised, without saying good morning, hello, how are you doing? And it's very interesting when you ask those questions to people. They kind of look at you out of shock that you're actually speaking to them and asking them how they're doing. But it's a very important question that I think all of us must infuse within our day, within our vocabulary, just to stop and just ask folks, how are they doing? There were wellness survey, wellness center stakeholder surveys, FRC needs assessments that have been conducted. And when we look at mindfulness and also wellness, there are mindfulness and wellness cohorts for each school sites and also district staff. There are also groups, circle of supports on campus for school staff. There are wellness modules that are being created for our staff members, our parents, our students, a repository, if you will, that they'll be able to pull from anytime they are in need of a quick 5 minutes mindfulness session, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, so on and so forth. We've paid our staff, mostly our teachers, to attend trainings, to pilot the work that we're doing, to ensure that it is sustainable, to ensure that it can reach, that people understand that it is of benefit and of value to our staff members. We've had restorative circles at principals meetings, and I can tell you those have been very powerful for me to even experience, even what our principals are facing with stress and things that are happening amid this pandemic. Suicide assessments are happening, or suicide trainings and assessments are happening more frequently as we see, so we're doing more trainings, conducting more trainings for our staff members to understand those red flags, and even working more closely with our school sites, our principals, because they're so complex in nature. At this time, we're working more closely with PMRT, with our Department of Mental Health, MET teams, to ensure that our students are receiving the support and help that they need. And then also, as I mentioned, the expansion of the high school wellness centers. For the hiring, contracting of staff agencies, we have culture and climate coaches. We have Dr. Jennifer Prager, who's working with our elementary school sites, and we have Amy Love, who's working with our secondary sites. And I can tell you, almost every day, I'm receiving an email from a parent, a teacher, a principal, a community member, just around the good work they're doing around culture and climate. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the mental health concierge that we have contracted with to cast a wider net to support more of our families who are in need and don't have Medi-Cal, they have private insurance, commercial insurance, and things of that nature. And that's been working out very well also. And so now Dr. Sosa Valderrama will discuss the high school wellness centers and the great work that's taking place in these centers. I just want to highlight something that a principal told me 2 weeks ago that still gives me chills to this day. And he said, I am so grateful for the high school wellness centers, especially the one here, because it's saving lives. It's saving the lives of students. And I think in my car, I think I shed a few tears around that, and it makes me a little bit emotional today because we understand the magnitude of what our students are experiencing amid this pandemic. And it's something I can tell you just personally, and I know that Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama can speak to this too, that we take home with us nightly because we're hearing the pain from our parents and more so our students. And we have the support that's being built within our school sites that, again, is saving lives. So without further ado, Dr. Sosa Valderrama.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Good morning, everybody. Is it still morning? Yes, still morning. All right, so today I'm going to talk to you about our wellness centers. And before I do that, I just want to give you a little glimpse of what we do in student support services. So we have a whole host of responsibilities, non-academic related. So anything from attendance and 504s and discipline, as you know, and our foster youth, homeless youth, suicide prevention, etc. This year we have a few new areas, our MTSS, multi-tier systems of support, our student support teams, psychologists are now in our department, our social emotional learning, and our high school wellness centers. So today I'm going to highlight the work that we've been doing with the high school wellness centers. It is the first year. We started hiring social workers maybe in late June, July, and I think we interviewed about 100 social workers, but we found some really great ones. And so the high school wellness centers is kind of under the auspices of the work that we're doing with transformative social emotional learning. And like Dr. Simon said, in collaboration with OCIPD, we're looking at social emotional learning in a comprehensive way. So this graphic really helps us illustrate the work that we're doing. And so At the bottom, you'll see the soil and the roots, and that's culture and climate, and creating those conditions for thriving around in our schools. And we did some research about what are the most important elements that contribute to a positive school culture and climate. So those circles there include those essential elements. And so those are the things that we're focusing on. And they include relational trust and engagement, restorative practices, safety and belonging, cultural responsiveness and inclusivity, transformational SEL, and wellness. And so these are the things that we're focusing on in the Office of Student Support Services. And then the green part, that's OCIPD and the work that OCIPD is doing around instruction of SEL in our schools. So that's the implementation of the signature practices, explicit SEL instruction, and then the integration of T-cell competencies into academic instruction. So we're working together to do that. So the Wellness Centers is part of establishing that culture and climate in our schools. And, what that looks like is, having students that identities and assets of them are acknowledged, affirmed, and respected and valued. Every student and adult feels that they belong, have value, and have a network of care and support. Is asset-based, and it is based and is personalized, inclusive, culturally relevant, and responsive. Supports the development of restorative mindsets, practices, and ways of being in community. And students and adults have opportunities to practice, demonstrate, and reinforce transformative social emotional skills. So a lot of the work that we're doing through Culture and Climate is with adults to help them build the skill sets to support their students in an effort to improve the competencies and skill sets of students. So now to the wellness centers. And what are the wellness centers? Well, they're supposed to be a safe and unique space. And we know that we started, there was 2 wellness centers, one at Poly, which is part of a classroom that is being taught in one of the pathways. And then the students have an opportunity there to do some peer mentoring and counseling. And then we have another wellness center at Jordan that was started through a grant through the school psychologist, and they were able to keep it going through grant funding. And so we knew that these were really important and really valuable assets in our schools. So now we have the creation of these wellness and care centers. And so they are unique and they're safe spaces where we look at to nurture the overall health of students and families. So that there is a connection between the student, the schools, the communities, and the parents. In addition, the high school wellness centers also support school staff by providing tools and consultation so that they can understand and motivate their students. The vision is to provide a range of resources to support students and families in meeting the challenges of adolescence through prevention, early intervention, and education in a safe and convenient place at school. So they're right at the fingertips of the students and the teachers, and they are available at, they can drop in, they could be referred, a teacher can refer, or a parent can refer, or the student can just walk in. We have met with all of the principals, and so the agreement is that students, sometimes they might need a brain break, right? They're having some anxiety, something's happening. They can request a pass from their teachers, and they will give them a pass for 15 minutes. Or they can just go during the passing periods, before school, after school, during meal breaks. So it's always open for the students. So the point is that the Wellness Center is available for the students at all times, but it is a Tier 1 support. So Tier 1 support, it's not a crisis center. The Wellness Center is supposed to be available for students to drop in, to build community. It's a non-academic space where they can, build their relationships with their friends, learn some information. So some of the things that we provide are, we do some short-term counseling services, and also we refer them if they need longer-term counseling. Those are done individual or in group. There are also some social service needs assessments or linkages. So if they need some resources, we can provide them with referrals to community organizations. We have empowerment and educational workshops on grief, restorative justice, LGBTQ+. So we do have a contract with, with the center. And they're working with some of our high schools to provide information. Peer mentorship and counseling, although our peer mentorship is only currently happening at Poly because they have an established curriculum and a class. Our goal is to extend that to other wellness centers after this semester. There's also parent and caregiver support groups, student and family advocacy and case management, special interest activities such as art, mindfulness, and yoga. A basic needs closet. So this is something that is super important, right? Sometimes kids come to school, they haven't eaten breakfast, or it's during class and they're not able to, either they can be part of our homeless education program students or our foster students, or so we do have a basic needs closet where we have like extra clothes, sweaters, toiletries, some snacks like granola bars that are available for the students, and that is actually highly used. We also have community resources through our foster youth unit and our homeless education program. And then various presentations for students, staff, and families. So it is really important to us that this is really seen as a preventative space. Right, as I mentioned, we don't want it to become the place where the students in crisis are sent or the students that are having discipline issues are sent. That's not what the wellness center is about. It's a really, it's a preventative space, and it's always open. So if a social worker or a psychologist were there and they were always pulled away to do all the crisis, it wouldn't be open to the students. But we do work closely with the other counselors and psychologists on site to kind of handle those crises as they arise. So where are the wellness centers? Well, the wellness centers are at all of the comprehensive high schools and then 5 pathway schools, 11 in total. So that's Camps, Browning, Renaissance, Jordan, McBride, Wilson, Sato, Lakewood, Cabrillo, Poly, and Millikan. So the first goal of the center, and one of the things that we had talked about with Dr. Baker, Dr. Brown, and Dr. Simon, is that this wellness center is really student-focused, student-run, and student-led. And so one of the first things we did is listen, right? We submitted surveys, we created surveys, sent them to the schools, and then they just deployed to our parents, our staff, and our students. And we did get 5,505 surveys back, 1,039 from families, 430 from staff, and 6,974 from students. That's a lot of surveys. And what we were asking them is things that are important to them. What kind of workshops are interesting to you? What are your special interests? What kinds of things would you like to see in a wellness center? We created a wellness center club or committee for each school, and that's the point. They're going to be the ones that are going to be running it. Some of the schools said, we don't want to call it a wellness center. We wanted to call it the Dragon's Den, or, they got creative, and that students were able to vote on what they're calling their centers. So to us, they're all wellness centers. But if you go to a school, they might be calling it something different. Yes. And then there was a Jaguar, the Jag Center. So there's all kinds of different names. And the students are making it their own. And that's important, right? Because it's important that there's ownership and that there's flexibility to what is offered to students so that it is relevant for them and they continue to want to use it. So in our first month, one of the things that we're doing, we are taking and collecting data on the usage of the centers. And so the staff, we do have 9 social workers staffing them. There's also 2 psychologists, and 1 school counselor. So the staff are all taking data on the wellness centers, and we're looking at how many students walk in for brain breaks. So they might get, referrals from their teachers to be there for a few minutes. They receive referrals for individual or group counseling. How many intakes? So when they do counseling intakes, they actually, have a form that they use, and they ask a whole host of questions to determine what the best service is going to be for the student. And then also how many staff consultations. So there's staff consultations with teachers, with other counselors or psychologists on the best way to support a student. So we had 2,797 in the month of September. Those are walk-ins. Referrals were 413. Counseling intakes were 485, and staff consultations 247. So these, the data is submitted to us at the end of the month. It's actually due on the 5th of the month, so we should have data for October early next week. So that was our wellness centers in a nutshell. We're really excited. We are seeing a lot of usage. Just anecdotally, we've received feedback from parents and from staff. We conducted a wellness workshop through Parent University and also through some of our affinity groups, and we're really getting some great feedback from families and also from students. So, any questions on the wellness centers?
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, so a lot of my questions that I initially had, you answered as you were going through the end.
Right.
So to confirm, you're saying that we have 9 social workers and 2 psychologists, I think
2
you said?
psychologists and 1 counselor.
And in comparison to last year, what were our numbers in people with those skill sets in the district?
Last year, we had 2 social workers, 0 for wellness centers. 1 was for homeless education and 1 for foster youth.
That is awesome. One of the things that you also brought up, you were talking about the forms of, we'll call it intervention, the wellness centers can provide, like the Dragon's Den. No, I'm kidding. But one of the terms that you used, you called it Tier 1 support. I'm
Yes.
assuming, was this like an internal explanation of tier? Can you just go into further
Yes,
detail?
I'm sorry, that's lingo, right? So multi-tiered systems of support describe various levels of support available in schools. So a tier 1 is at least restrictive. It's available for all students. Tier 2 would be available interventions for a group of students that might have some risk. And then a tier 3 would be a high intensity intervention for students with high risk or that are already having some issues.
Got it. Got it. And I think that this is going to fall into the lingo component of it, as in the very beginning of the presentation, you started to talk about the integrated TSELs. And for folks that
Integrated.
aren't
So
yeah, can you
social emotional learning,
Yes.
SEL is what we used to call it. Transformative social emotional learning is combining social emotional learning with equity. And so it's a new term, and so the short for that is TSEL.
Got you.
Yep.
Got you.
Can I add something to your question also, that our past practice was really around times of day when a teacher might spend time teaching social emotional learning. Our aspiration in implementing TSEL is that all teachers have the capacity to integrate social emotional learning and skill building while they're teaching the content of their day. So it's not a separate time, it's part of how students learn in our classroom, and that's what we're aspiring to create over time.
Got it. And I made that assumption there, but in the same token, I think that I prefer breakdowns of any acronyms. So
Got it.
I know that as we're continuing to improve our communication within our packets, I noticed that we had page numbers in our packets today, so I don't know who that was, but thank you. But also breaking down the acronyms and maybe even things like understanding those tiers as well when we go
Yes.
through explanations just for the public. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. And just to add on to what you were saying, Mr. Miller and Dr. Baker, that we aspire to teachers integrating this into content areas so that it's at the same time, and understanding that that's a skill set that we have to work and build in our teachers. Because you said something that much of the work is with adults to help them support students. And so I appreciate that that is our aspiration, and that our work is not just with students, but with the adults who help be there for students. So I appreciated the acknowledgement that we have work to do with our grown-ups as well as with our students. Just a couple questions. I thought it was really important that you reiterated that these are preventative spaces, and I am super excited about all of this. And I was trying to remember the name of the Jordan alum who helped fund the Wellness Center, because that was an older alumni couple who went to Jordan and said, we have this money. So I'm grateful for them having the foresight several years ago to want to fund that initiative at Jordan. It's important that you talked about this as preventative space. And so on the slide that talks about what services are provided, the first one is that it's short-term counseling services, and that you refer out is what you said. And so I know I've heard a couple of times some concerns. Students are dealing with a lot. I mean, that is the thing that we said even when we were bringing students back, is we didn't know what we don't know about how kids would be doing. And I think we're in the thick of understanding the depths of need and trauma that our families and kids have experienced over the last 19 months. And I'm grateful for all of the adults who are rallying around kids every day on school sites to support them in all of the needs that they have. But I think what we're understanding is for some of our students, the need is greater than something like a wellness center can provide. As you say, it's a preventative space, not a crisis center. So for a student who comes in on that 15-minute brain break, and either they realize or their family realizes or staff realizes that it just wasn't enough and that it seems to be something that they're needing more often, what do the steps look like for a family? Who helps them recognize that there's a higher level of need that would happen potentially in conjunction with the school system, but also with a partner agency and not us? So if you could talk just really briefly about what that would look like for a family who finds themselves and their student needing a little bit more than a brain break.
Yeah, so that actually happens a lot. So a student might be in our wellness center, and the social worker ends up having to do a suicide assessment, for example. And so they work closely with the other mental health supports that are available in the schools, either a school psychologist or a counselor, and do that assessment together. Typically they would call the emergency crisis team through the Department of Mental Health. And so, they decide if they transport or not. But before they can return to school, they do meet with the student and the parent and go through a safety plan. And part of that would be providing additional resources. So it could either be school-based mental health, if they qualify for those services. It could be a referral through the concierge that Dr. Simon spoke about, Care Solace. It could be through our if the student has an IEP, it could be services through like counseling service that they would get as part of that. It could be families referred to other community mental health services if they already have like a case open with the Guidance Center or Starview or any one of those organizations that we already work with. Or it would just be a follow-up if the student already has mental health services that they're receiving. We would just be following up with the families to, make sure that they're continuing to go. And the students can still come in and do check-ins, to see how they're doing. They can still access the center. But if we see that there's a need for longer-term mental health support, then they are referred.
I just want to add this to Vice President Kerr, and this is really to our parents, our guardians, and our guardians. We know that with mental health, just to be very poignant and clear, it's taboo, right, for many of our families, many cultures, and et cetera. And I really want to implore our parents and our guardians, and I'm saying this in the most respectful way, If you feel like your child is in need of support and help, please contact someone from the school. Because what we're noticing is that our students are coming in at the tier 3 level, right? And we have ways to potentially mitigate our students from getting to that tier 3 and help them while they're at their tier 1 or tier 2. Our students feel better, our parents are in a better situation, but we know that with mental health, sometimes it could be a very private issue. I understand that very clearly. But we want to give our students the help quickly and efficiently. And when they're at that tier 3 level, it becomes a situation where it's out of our hands, and it becomes a more intense situation. So again, we just really implore our parents, if you need to call us directly, if you need to call the school sites, the high school wellness centers, please do so. Your school counselor, your school psychologist, the social worker who's there, even the principal can direct you to someone who's appropriate to speak to. But we really implore our parents and guardians to do so.
Okay. Mr. Miller, and then Mr. Otto.
Yeah, thanks, Megan, for letting me piggyback on this question because it's actually related to that same topic. We talked about earlier how there's a number of young men and young women that are walk-ins. Then we talked about referrals from either teachers and or their counselors. Can you give me a difference on how we address and assess and the referral process? As I'm curious on what would be the difference of a young man who just walked into the wellness center in contrast to somebody who received a referral from their parents or from a counselor.
Yeah, so if they walk in, they don't have to come and talk to any of the staff in there. They can walk in, sit down, grab a snack, or grab some of the informational leaflets that we have, or they can, approach the staff that's there and ask them, I have a question about whatever. If there's a referral from a teacher, the student would walk in with their pass and say, oh, I have a referral. The social worker would just ask, well, what do you want to talk about? Is there something that I can help you with? Giving the lead to the student. They don't have to put a lot of information, and each school's referral systems are a little bit different. We do have a standard referral form, but like the schools, for example, at Cabrillo, they already had an established form. And so this just became another item on that form. So there might be some information from the teacher on what the concerns are, or it might just be a referral to, talk to somebody about something the student might have said.
Okay. And so I guess the reason why I wanted to ask this question is because I'm thinking about the young men and young women who may have had the confidence to walk into the wellness center on their own. Mm-hmm. How do we make sure that they are approached and welcomed just as though they were referred?
And they are. So I don't know if when they come in, are acknowledged by the person that's there, either social worker, psychologist, or counselor. As I mentioned, we do take data on the number of students that walk in. That includes acknowledging that, they're there, welcoming them, asking them how you're doing. Is there anything I can help you with? No, I'm just here to hang out, or I just came for a snack. But they are asking all the students as they walk in. So I've been in the center while students are walking in, and it's been important for me not to take up the time of the social worker because they are very alert on who's coming in and making sure that they're addressing their needs.
I would add too, there are a number of ways that each wellness center is doing outreach on their own campuses, on their own campus. For example, a QR code, trying to be really relevant to students, a QR code on every classroom door that they can make a referral, they can get information about the wellness center. And so it's not just waiting for students, there's active pursuit of students. The social worker and psychologists who run the wellness center often are participating in staff meetings. When they don't have students in the wellness center, they're integrated with the school staff as well. So they're getting out and about on the campus to seek students out. Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to hear it. Thank you.
Mr. Otto?
Yeah, excuse me, thanks very much. I'm relatively new to the board, and so I'm kind of in the back of my mind aware of these kinds of services, but compared to what you're doing now, what were you doing last year? Is this an incredible ramp up? And can you talk about the why and the where and eventually where it's going?
And actually, I can start, Dr. Simon, on that, because I was pulling out, as the staff was presenting, I was pulling out our learning acceleration and support plan. There's some good background on the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 in Pillar 2 that describes our approach at those different levels. The all students, the smaller group intervention, and the very high-need student supports that we've enhanced what we had in prior years. Mm-hmm. And so a couple things I wanted to write down. The wellness centers were built out of the two pilot programs. So Jordan having its own wellness center and us watching how that impacted students, as well as the care center at Poly. And so with those in mind, through the community engagement process in the spring, we heard a lot from families, in particular through our surveying and through the budget engagement processes that Yumi and her team led, about wellness, and especially as students return to school. And so the investment in wellness centers is currently funded out of the LCAP. And so thinking back to the spring, all the times that we talked about using community input to then enhance our services or to shift things out of the LCAP that no longer needed to be there based on current students' needs. And so this is a $1.7 million a year investment in student wellness coming out of the LCAP, which is continuing money. And so just kind of a foundation of what we were learning about our students, what the data was showing us in spring, which you're going to hear about the needs of our students related to academic data. But that was the impetus for building out a system of wellness centers and ensuring that every comprehensive and small thematic high school had the resources. It's also an investment in place. And so I'll really encourage you, anytime you visit a high school this year, ask them, so it might be called the Dragon's Den, it might be called the Care Room, but ask them to visit their wellness or care center so that you get a sense of space. Because when you walk into these spaces, and I visited with Erin and Claudia a couple weeks ago, about 4 of them, you get a sense of why students like to be there and why the referrals are coming in and the walk-ins are coming in. These are places that have things for students to do. They have everything from Play-Doh to coloring books to soothing music, attention to detail about every little, and some of them are little spaces right now, hoping to expand, but every aspect of the room has been taken into consideration based on student input. So I also want to just acknowledge our work to not just think about student voice in small ways, but in something, this $1.7 million investment is involving students and seeing what they want on their campus to meet their needs. So Dr. Simon, I don't know if you want to add to the impetus from what I shared.
Nope, well said. Thank you, Dr. Baker.
Well, and that was my next question was, how were they funded? Where did it come from? Is it ongoing, or does this ramp down instead of up, or stay the same? Because I know we got monies to do things, and there's all you have to do is read the newspapers or the journals to see how much loss there is, not just learning loss, but social and emotional loss.
Sure.
So I was curious whether this was one-time money or whether this was ongoing money, and we were building this as part of the infrastructure.
Great, it's a great question. So the staff who is in the wellness center, it's typically a person. I think one center has 2 people in it, is LCAP funded. So in essence, that's ongoing money. Many of the other things that Dr. Simon and Dr. Sosa Valderrama talked about are also in the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, and those are enhancements. So you heard about a mental health concierge. You heard about additional staff in the foster student unit. These are enhancements. You'll also find them say they made several references to different things. They're anchored in this plan.
Okay, great. Okay.
Dr. Baker, I want to build on what you just shared. And this is a hard question, but it's not meant to be a trick question. So oftentimes we hear and we talk about concepts like mindfulness. We talk about social and emotional well-being, wellness. And as you shared, our parents and community members and stakeholders, when they participate in our budget engagement process and or the LCAP, and or even public comment, talk about the importance of supporting students and families in these areas, right? Whether it's mental health support or social emotional learning. And I'm trying to make sense of the numbers, and I appreciate the data. I'm just trying to figure out, okay, what do the numbers really tell us, right? So my question is, it's a two-part question, but it's not a trick question. It's a hard question. And I'm going to put our staff here sort of on the spot. Do we feel, doctors, esteemed doctors, that our district has what it needs to be able to, your point, how critical it is for guardians, parents, family members to sort of refer, identify before we get to that potentially third tier? So do we feel that we have what we need, whether that's resources, staffing, capacity, to reach and support students and families, given that this subject comes up a lot, given that parents, students reach out and advocate and say how important this is. So that's the first part of the question. Again, no trick here, no loader, but do we have what we need to be able to, since we have this data, support students and families in the ways that they need?
I would say.
Go on your
ahead.
advocacy. No, go on your advocacy.
All right.
This is it,
Thank you
Dr.
for that.
Simon, this is
Thank
it.
you for that. I think we are building to that place, Dr. Benitez. I think there's always room for more. And we're hearing this from our counselors, we're hearing this from our psychologists. Even as Dr. Sosa Valderrama mentioned, going into the second month, right, of the wellness centers, high school wellness centers, right, there is some concern around capacity and bandwidth of our social workers, being able to check in and also see those students who self-refer or someone who submits a referral for them. And I think we're seeing this as, again, not just a Long Beach issue, it's just something that we were very proactive about adding more of a concierge service, adding more social workers to our system. But with that, we're seeing even an expansion and an increase of need from our students and also from our staff members as well. So essentially, no, we're gonna have to kind of rethink and re-strategize and probably add more support as we're moving forward. Even the work of the family resource centers, it's kind of like the same narrative. We have the support, people are working hard, but bandwidth is a huge concern.
And let me just add to that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Brown.
Please, no.
I was just going to say that we have a lot of one-time funds, but we're talking about systems that need to extend beyond the next 2 years. I mean, it's a huge lift, and these leaders are talking about this in simplest form, but to open a wellness center on every campus, to have the kinds of walk-in and services in the first month was and continues to be a huge lift. And so I guess from superintendent concern is that when much of that money that has been relief money stops, there will be hard decisions for us to make, and many of our students will still have the same needs that they have today. So, Dr. Brown.
I like your hard questions. I just wanted to add in that there's a community responsibility to relationship. And so we do not go to wellness centers to get well. We need to be a system that supports relationship with young people, which is the single most healing indicator around trauma. And so the beginning of our school year, the SMART restart that we led, the conversation around social emotional learning is all contributing to the relationship that we need to build in our schools, in our classrooms, on our campuses, in our sports teams, in our music, et cetera. And this focus around relationship with young people is important because a wellness center will add to what is there, but a wellness center will not create what doesn't exist anywhere else. And so I think that's really important to keep bringing up.
See, Dr. Brown, and so I'm getting out to the hard part of the question, right? And because that sort of is the lead. That's why I said I don't want anybody to think I'm leading here, Attorney Otto. So let's talk about that, Dr. Brown, because it's one thing, and it's very important to be able to answer. You know what? We need more staffing. We need more resources. We need to broaden our bandwidth, to use your term, Dr. Simon. Can we talk about that a little bit? I think it's important for us as a board, right? As we're listening, as we're getting communicated by our students and our community members on what we're doing to support students' social and emotional well-being, and again, including these concepts that I started off, that relationship part, Dr. Brown, and not that it falls on you, but you sort of gave us a good outline of how do we intentionally, given the resource limitations, equip ourselves, one, to be able to answer that question. Are we reaching and getting to and building the relationship? But what do we need for that, Dr. Brown? Again, not just to you, to be anchored around this term relationships, relationship-centered schools, so that we mitigate, as you said, Dr. Simon, or I don't remember if it was Dr. Sosa Valderrama, that this isn't the end-all be-all solution, right? That we should be doing other things at school in partnership so that this becomes one aspect of our holistic approach. So that's the hard question, Dr. Brown. Like, I think we need to hear what that is and what that looks like.
So I think it begins with relationship with adults, right? And the School Support Services Office has talked a lot in the last year around adult SEL. But we don't have healthy relationships when we're not healthy is the broad concept. And so I think that all of the connecting efforts that are happening to care for the adults in our system and in our community contribute to the experience that's felt at school. And I think that more of that is something that will be very helpful for us. In the space of the pandemic, I think we have forgotten how to be in relationship with others. And I also think that we've seen what I'm going to refer to as an immaturity creep in for our students because they haven't had the opportunity to develop as they would have if they would have been in normal circumstances. And so this idea of relationship, which is free, which can happen with a crossing guard, which can happen with the person welcoming students into the campus, cannot be underestimated. And it's in all the good practices that we talk about. When we talk about SEL, it's in greetings, it's in questions asked, it's in knowing needs, it's knowing interests, knowing how students spend time, sharing space with one another. And so I think that going forward, what School Support Services is often talking about in partnership with OCIPD and the concept of social emotional learning, or TESOL, is that we cannot underestimate the way that we share relationship with one another. And then once we've done that, in the spaces where someone is hurting or has been harmed or needs support, we have wellness centers. And beyond that, we have mental health professionals. So it's this tiered approach that it begins with relationship. Would you add, Erin?
I was going to say also, those of you who are here, speak to some of the content of the Equity Institute this summer, because this is not something taken by chance. This is by design, thinking about the kickoff day to the Summer Equity Institute was around TESOL. Adult wellness transfer to student wellness and social emotional learning. Cultural competency is a huge aspect of this, and how adults interact with students. And so I don't know if any of you want to do highlights from some of the learning or some of what you've seen as outcomes from teachers who went through the Summer Institute. If you want to share anything to your question.
So all of our certificated staff went through the Summer Institute, and it included training on equity and also social emotional learning and how to support social emotional learning in our classrooms. The first 4 weeks, I believe, for elementary were dedicated to a Smart Restart, which was a focus on helping students in elementary school, learn processes and build their skills on social emotional learning how to be together, learning about the school rules and how to relate to other students. So that was a whole 4 weeks. And that also happened in secondary school. I believe that was for the first week, was for secondary. But for secondary, those students already have those basic skill sets, so it was a reinforcement on how to be together. As I mentioned earlier, we're continuing with the coaching and professional development that's being provided to both schools, administrative teams. We're meeting with level offices around social emotional support and what that might look like in a classroom. But I'm going to say the wellness centers, those are our high school support services. We do have our family resource centers, which are available for our elementary and middle school students. But it's about building adult competencies as well, and making sure that our schools' culture and climates are inclusive and safe and supportive. And we want to hope that all of our schools have those environments, but they might not. And so our work is really helping those schools reach out for help if they need additional support and assistance. And that happens through modeling, coaching and modeling, all of us modeling how we want to treat each other, showing grace and offering support. And what our schools, what we've seen, we did a survey also with the level offices, the superintendents invited us to their principals meetings. And so, we asked, the last one we did was for high schools, what are you wanting to see? How do you want the support? And so we are taking that data, and it has to be individualized because every school is not in the same place. And so we're working towards providing that individualized supports for adults in service of students. And it's our first year kind of with this initiative. We've been doing a lot of work in past years, but this is the first year we're looking to systemize something. And so do we have enough? I'm sure we could always use more, and we're learning more with the data we're collecting. But I think we're off to a good start. And I think the more data that we collect, the more fine-tuning that we can do to the services and supports that we're providing.
Thank you. And these are hard and complicated questions, because I think the other part of that for me is when we talk about funding, that's LCAP funding that comes from the state with a very specific constitutional responsibility around learning and what kids know and can do. And so how do we as a system build relationships with our greater community who has their students at home far more than we have them in our safe spaces? So if a student is on a campus for 6 hours a day or 6.5 hours a day, that means they are somewhere else in the community at other times. And so when we talk about, the community trauma, the collective adult trauma around all of this, some of that is well outside of what we are able to control, except by modeling and relationship building. So how do we as a system, and this is just a collective as we move forward, continue to partner with community organizations, neighborhood organizations, and agencies, whether it's by allowing time and space in our facilities for some of the work that could be done at a community level, but really looking at how do we, as a greater community outside of the hours of education, continue to build relationships that make families healthy, that make neighborhoods healthier. And we talk about things like Books and Buckets and stuff happening in Washington, and we can point to organizations throughout the city and the school district that are trying to do that work. So how do we support that work, sometimes without using our funds that we need for educational intervention, but still use our platform and the relationship and modeling to create healthier communities outside of our structured school time, which is 6 hours a day, 180 days a year or so. And I know all of you do that, because I know you go to community meetings and you go to neighborhood association meetings, because you have when I've asked too. But as part of what we do, that is the extra work and not specifically related to our budget dollars, but really building up capacity outside of us with the knowledge and data that we have about our kids and families, I think is part of that really complicated equation. Yeah, and lastly, I guess that this is more of a
a challenge for David here, as I hear about these wellness centers, and they're heavily influenced by clinical departments and people with a clinical background. I'm moderately informed about the, let's call it the battle for talent. There are a number of school districts and organizations that are also bolstering their clinical side of house. And so being able to retain these positions, maintaining competitive salary, along with also creating an environment that is conducive for them to flourish, is going to be important. So as we continue to think about the continued success of these types of departments, I think that staff retention is going to be one of those things to consider.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of good things, and I want to highlight a couple of points that are worth repeating. And one is that these wellness centers will be sustainable because it's built into the LCAP, and that's something that I hope will be able to continue for quite some time, because there is a need for it. And I think because we've already had wellness center at Poly and Jordan, and those have proven to be effective, that we can move forward and sustain these for the other high schools as well. Another point that I wanted to highlight was something that was mentioned. One of the high schools included a QR code for students to access information on the wellness center. And that really struck a chord with me, because I thought there are probably a lot of students that aren't comfortable going into a wellness center, or are not comfortable speaking to adults or asking for help, but they would be more comfortable doing it in a more quiet, private way. And so to your point, Dr. Benitez, about how are we reaching the most students, are most vulnerable, I think being able to come up with ideas that reach those students that might not come in person is a great idea. And I hope that our high school principals or the people who are in charge of the wellness centers are getting together and sharing ideas, because it's those types of ideas that will help the greater number of students, because you're reaching more, not just one type of student, not just the type of student that can speak up for themselves or be assertive, especially if they're hurting, especially if there's something else going on and they are seeking privacy also. And they might not be comfortable going into a wellness center and having other students see them. So anything we can do to offer help and respect their privacy is a good idea, I think. But ultimately, I just wanted to thank this team for their compassion. I know whenever I hear from a community member and I reach out and I say, what's being done for this person? How are we helping this person? I get a response right away. And I get a response with a follow-up saying, this is what we're doing, or we've handled this, or whatever. So I just want to thank you for that compassion. I know that there is a great effort being made in having our students feel seen, heard, and valued. So I just wanted to thank the team for that.
Can I just share one memory that I have of the day that we were visiting several of the wellness centers last week? In addition to adults making referrals, we actually stepped back as 2 students came into one of the wellness centers to seek support for a friend. And so students also watch out for one another, and we stepped right back out of the space so that those 2 students could connect with the social worker in that setting, and off she went to follow them to meet up with their friend who the 2 of them were concerned about. So not just adults, but students are referring too.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. So I want to leave with something here, Dr. Brown. You got us going. here. And I don't want to lose this opportunity, right? Because we have time. We can sort of map out what some next steps potentially would look like and continue the conversation. It seems that I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a lot of adult behavior attached to the conversation that we're having here. I think we have a moral responsibility that's attached to our educational mission to work on that part, as we have been, right? You mentioned the professional development, the implicit bias trainings, but some of the things that even this morning that we have heard about, ethnic studies, right, our equity policy work, facilitates and permeates through that adult behavior, professional development. We passed a resolution on acknowledging and celebrating Disability History Week. That comes with curriculum. That comes with community engagement, right? So those things in the abstract by themselves don't get us to where we say we want to go, but those things certainly facilitate us having hard, difficult conversations. Student well-being is also about students seeing themselves in our curriculum, students interacting with folks that look like them, right? I keep saying 2/3 of our students are poor. 88% of our students are students of color, right? Institutionally, we play a we have a moral responsibility that if we're going to connect with students, that if we're going to contribute to their overall social and emotional well-being, that comes with an institutional responsibility to be inclusive, to be accessible. So when we talk about budget, what I'd like to see here, given, and I appreciate so much the candor that has been shared here, is I'd like to see something in terms of a budget proposal, like here's where we're at, here's what we're spending. Thank you for the question, Mr. Otto. Here's what we need, right? Whether you know, we can't have that conversation around, hey, we have some budget things, but if we don't know institutionally, here are our targets on diversity hires. Here's, you know, with a wish list, here's how much it would cost to have full running, fully staffed wellness centers at all of our schools, because at least that gives us the light, right? And that stuff doesn't just happen. I know there's the will and the intent and the volition here with this group, but that doesn't just happen, right? So I'd like to see, I mean, my challenge to you is all, give us a sense of what we need, where we need to go systematically, right? Whether that's hires, whether that's additional staffing, whether that's increasing our bandwidth, Dr. Simon. I think it's important for this board, and I'm going to speak on our behalf, to know where is that gap, if we have a resource gap, if we have incremental steps to get there, because adults ultimately here are making decisions on behalf of the students, and there's a disconnect is what I'm hearing here from our adult perspective, and in age, certainly, I'm in this group, from where we're trying to go. So I'd like to see something come out of this conversation, and we have the roadmap there. You referred us to it, Dr. Baker, but specifically around this social and emotional well-being piece.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that we have the roadmap. That's what I was thinking as you were giving your remarks, was Dr. Baker referring to that roadmap earlier. So we have those numbers available on how much money we have set aside for those purposes that you just mentioned. And so I appreciate the fact that you're asking for a follow-up on that. You're asking for, are we meeting our targets? I don't know how much time we allow for that sort of thing, but I do like the idea that we're going to be paying attention to that roadmap and figuring out, is that enough money for each of those different areas? Are we meeting those targets? And what else we need? So I think that...
I think I hear support for what I just asked for, Ms. Craig.
I am supporting what you just asked for, and I'm also tying it into the work that's already being done and saying that the foundation has been laid for that, but I am supporting the idea of of we want to follow up on that, because we're not just about talking about equity, but we have to be equity. And so that ties into that. It's not just lip service. This is the work we want, because we want success for all of our students. And so, are we meeting our targets? Are we doing that?
Thank you, Ms. Cricket. Anything else, colleagues, before we transition to the next item?
I was just going to say, but that's the next topic.
Well, we have some data that's going to potentially build some of those steps.
Dr.
Doctors, yeah, thank you.
I'm going to suggest a 5-minute recess.
Yes.
And then
So
the
thank you
team
so
can
much
start.
Thank you.
for that. Thank you. So let's do a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with Mr. Brown. Everyone, just doing a quick time check here. We're a little bit behind, but we will break a little bit later for lunch. Thank you, Dr. Baker, for the flexibility. And so we're on to our next item, which is our iReady data update. Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you. And we know from past experience that our data discussions generally are really quick, right, and don't go long at all. So we'll be fine. Actually, I had
That's up to you, Mr. Brown, whether you want this to be.
Actually, I had a great intro planned, and I was practicing in front of my wife last night. But then we had a whole discussion a few minutes ago that changed everything I want to say, because I think while we're transitioning away from SEL into a more of an academic focus for a few minutes, some of the things that we talked about were really more about asking questions. And I wanted to keep that at the center of your thought processes as we move through data. Data is rarely an answer. It's almost always just the thing that generates another question, right? And Dr. Benitez, you asked, what do the numbers really tell us? And so today, my team and I, and we have quite a few of the team here today that'll help us, are actually going to take you through a process of looking at data and asking yourselves that question: what do these numbers really tell us? And because of that, what subsequent actions would we like to take from our position as a board? And then obviously we repeat this same process with principals, sites, teachers for their level. Like, what action do I want to take with my site or my department or my students based on that I'm seeing? And then we gather more data, which hopefully tells us how that action was doing. The other part that we talked a lot about was, how do we know what we need, right? How do we know what resources to allocate? And that's another good question for data. When we think about a $1.7 million investment in wellness centers, anecdotally and intrinsically, we know that's a good thing. But the question becomes, how good is it? Is it good enough that a $2.7 million investment's better? Or is 1.5 enough? It's a really tough question to answer without some sort of student outcome data. And I know that we're a student outcome focused district, so hopefully we'll keep that in mind. The other part I wanted to remind us as we get started is, this year, a little bit different than previous years, when Dr. Baker shared her superintendent goals, and we look at the goals in the Learning Acceleration Plan. Most of our work is really around growth. Historically, we've looked at snapshots in time. And I'll start today with a snapshot in time, a post-pandemic snapshot. But really, it's just a snapshot, and there's a lot of issues with it that we'll talk about. And today we're really setting the stage for A, what are processes we use for data, and B, how do we start getting to look at growth data? So we don't have growth yet because, like it's been said, it's only been 2 months of the school year. We gave our first round of iReady in October, and we'll have some growth data in February. Historically, we didn't get growth data at all. I'm going to open with SBAC data. We gave SBAC in March. We got the data 10 days ago. So a little bit harder to look at that as growth data when you're already 6 months out of date by the time you get it. So on your desk, you should have 2 packets. One, you should have the slides. Hopefully they're numbered, ready to go for you. And then you should have another packet with the slides with a series of documents that we will access throughout this presentation, or more aptly, this activity that you'll use. And they should be named document A, B, C, D, and we'll get through those as we go through the presentation. So as we start with a quarterly update, we know unfinished learning exists. There was a study done about 1.6 million K-6 students across the nation. It was done in the spring of 2021, so last spring, about the time we were giving SBAC. Most districts did not give SBAC. They weren't required to, as long as they had some other testing scheme in place. Most districts in California gave iReady. Nationwide, they gave iReady or another test called MAP, same idea, right? It was a test that they were already giving multiple times a year to gather growth data. Pre-pandemic, they were allowed to use it for their state accountability system. So because of that, nationwide, there was a lot of this data out. And what the study showed was that as they went through the pandemic, learning was unfinished. Students fell behind. And by the time we got to spring of 2021, when we looked at matched pairs of students, students on average nationwide were 5 months behind in math and 4 months behind in reading, which aligns with what we've read, right? That math suffered more than reading. But when I say 5 months behind, it doesn't mean 5 months behind grade level. It means 5 months behind wherever they would have been, because they used matched pair data, which means if the student was already a year behind, now they're a year and 5 months behind, not just 5 months behind grade level.
Can you explain matched pair a little bit more?
Yeah,
Yes.
so what they did is they looked at historical data for students who were at the same grade level and scoring at the same point. So they looked at all, for example, the third grade students who were all 3 months behind every year historically, and then looked at those students moving forward. So they compared third grade students 3 months behind with other third grade students 3 months behind post-pandemic. They didn't compare them to everybody, so it's matched pair data, so that you're comparing apples to apples in terms of students' performance. You're not comparing a student who was 2 years above grade level to a student who was 2 years below grade level when looking at trends. So that's how we get this data. Students of color were 6 months behind on average. Students in poverty were 7 months behind on average, and this is nationwide. So this is what pandemic did to learning. It basically put a halt on it. If you think about it, a year's not 12 months for us, it's 9, right? So when you talk about 7 months behind, you're talking about almost a year behind in terms of learning. It's a big piece of a chunk of time. So this is where we were nationwide in the spring. We also gave our SBAC in the spring. Now I'm going to qualify this before we get into the data slide for a minute. A few pieces to know. First of all, we did not give SBAC to grades 3, 4, and 5 in ELA. So I'm going to show you ELA data, but please remember it doesn't have them because we gave them rapid, so we were able to take advantage of the waiver from the state and not give them SBAC. We also hadn't given SBAC in 2 years, which means we're not comparing necessarily the exact same students. Students who took the SBAC for us 2 years ago aren't in our system. Students who weren't in our system 2 years ago are now and took the SBAC. So it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, which is one of the reasons we're looking at other tools and we're investing in other tools to monitor our growth. But I did want to show it to you because it's what we've used forever, and it is what goes to the state dashboard in the future again, not right now.
Chris, just a quick question about that.
Sure.
Were students in grades 3, 4, and 5, was it an opt-in or opt-out? Because we did test last year, didn't we? But was it an opt-in or opt-out?
Neither. So students in grades 3, 4, and 5 did not take
At
the
all?
SBAC at all. They took rapid, and they took the SBAC in math.
They did take math, okay.
Yeah, so they
I
did
do
take it in
remember they
ELA.
took math,
Yeah, they
yes.
did take it in math.
Okay, thank
So-
you. Thank you for
So
clarifying that.
SBAC was 3 through 8 and 11 for
Yeah.
math. And then the other point to remember too is we did have lower participation rate in our SBAC last year as well. And it wasn't the exact same test as it's always been. It was a shortened adaptive test. So, and it will be a shortened test again this year. So again, not apples to apples when we look at this comparison, but just keep that in mind as we go through it.
In addition, can you talk about the conditions in which students took the assessments for those that took it?
Sure. So obviously we were just coming back for some students who were choosing to come back. So they took the test hopefully on our sites, but we were able to give testing remotely as well. So
I can talk about the conditions of the testing.
So
My student went in for 2 days. She was at home and she went in
Yeah.
on site for that.
most students
notch
went
of
in,
time.
and so you're looking at students who have just come back to school, or students who haven't and are just coming back to test. So again, keep that in mind as we look at scoring.
Say that again, Mr. Brown, because these are students that probably some only came back to test.
Yes.
Went back home to continue learning and didn't return until this
Yeah.
academic year.
So these are
potentially.
students who had been away since March 13th, 2020. They came back in, depending on their school, March, April, or May of 2021 for 2 days, tested, and went right back home to continue learning until now, until September of this year when they came back. Most of them came back. Some of them are still at home doing independent study.
So to confirm, we're talking about an environmental variable, right?
We are, yes. So again, I'm pointing out all the reasons why we aren't using SBAC nearly as much as we are for goal setting, because A, it was a snapshot, it wasn't really something we looked at longitudinally. B, it's hard to do growth. C, environmental factors. And D, it's super delayed. It's 6 months between test and results. That's impossible for us to take any actions on. The other thing we did is historically, we've always talked about it in terms, and we're on slide 3, in terms of students meeting or exceeding. And we would say things like, well, last year we had 10% of grade X meeting or exceeding. This year we want 15% of grade X to meet or exceed, which is great, but it's a whole different group of kids. So if 15% of them came in meeting or exceeding, you could meet your goal without changing anything or improving instruction at all. So one of the things we looked at is, instead of meeting or exceeding, we looked at the average of students' scale scores away from meeting standards. So this is an aggregate average, looking at a student sort of pre and post-pandemic in terms of how far away, on average, that group of students' scaled score was, either above or below meeting, and then what was the change? Did they get closer or farther above or farther below meeting standard? The other thing to keep in mind is, again, as we start talking about growth, I really want to start getting into, what does it mean to grow for a year? In SBAC, it's generally about 25 points in ELA or 30 points in math. So if 300 was meeting standards in 4th grade, it's 330 to meet standards in 5th grade, right, to meet grade level. So a year of growth is about 30 points on average. So this is where we were in terms of meeting standards in 18-19 pre. And I forgot to say, you guys will have a lot of questions, but I would hope that you just jot them down, because I think as we go through the process, you might add to them, you might make them tougher questions for us that we can take back. And so jot them down and then keep adding to your questions as we go, and we'll definitely take the time at the end to get into all of them. So this is where we were pre-pandemic in terms of the average for each of these groups away from meeting standards. And this is math. Sorry, I should have qualified that. This was math. And this is where we were last spring, 2021. So you can see unfinished learning happened. It's a reality in our district, just like it is in the rest of the nation. And just like we, anecdotally talk about in this room, it didn't impact everybody the same. Certain subgroups of students were more impacted by unfinished learning, at least according to SBAC. Now, again, we did talk about a minute ago, there's a lot of environmental factors that play into that. And there's probably environmental factors all throughout the year and a half of the pandemic that also play into that. But again, thinking less about what caused it, let's think more about moving forward, what do we do about it? So that's where we were in math. Just like the national data I showed you, ELA, generally speaking, higher performance in ELA pre-pandemic, and generally speaking, ELA was less negatively impacted by the pandemic. It was not negatively impacted, it was impacted. But the impact was greater in math than it was in ELA, similar to the iReady data of the 1.6 million students nationwide that we saw. And in your slides, I know it kind of animates for anybody, but separate slides for you so that you can see them all. But again, I remind you that this is data that we got 10 days ago, give or take, the final data, and it was given in March. So this is just a snapshot of where our students were in March, not necessarily where they are, and where they are on a test that they may or may not have been comfortable taking, in an environment they may or may not have felt safe in. But it doesn't tell us what our students can do, what our students' logical next steps are for growth, what are the things that we can provide just in time to help them accelerate and gain learning coming out of the pandemic. It just tells us a snapshot of where they are in terms of California standards. So enter iReady. I think we're all ready to build on the pun from Mr. Otto. I showed you guys this I couldn't help myself. I really couldn't. I showed you guys this, but I'll just remind you, I showed it, I think, at a previous board workshop or board meeting about iReady. It's a K-12 reading and math screening. test. It's adaptive, which means as students miss questions, they get slightly less rigorous questions. If they get questions correct, they get more rigorous questions, which really allows the screener to hone in on exactly what the levels of skill is for the students and what are the logical next steps. It's given to millions and millions of students nationwide. It's given to millions of students in California, and it has been for many years. So we have reliable longitudinal data that's predictive of outcomes in terms of things like SBAC for students who are testing. It supports learning acceleration, and that's a big piece, right? We want to talk about acceleration, not remediation. You're going to hear me say that probably 5 or 6 times today. It's going faster. No one catches up by going slower. It's pre-built. It's really easy to administer. It's got some really easy data outputs for everybody involved. So teachers have dashboards they can see, administrators have dashboards they can see, district personnel have dashboards they can see that are all lensed for their particular role and what they can do in terms of actions. And it does talk about grade level, and it's aligned to the state standards. So when we talk about what students can do next, we'll be able to dig into and go, and what standards are those aligned to that we're teaching? And we have a lot of resources in our district that are standards aligned. Our Office of Curriculum Instruction has done a ton of work over the past years getting unit documents updated and refreshed and getting resources for teachers that are aligned to standards. So there's a lot of resources out there to respond to the data you get from this tool. But that to be said, it is still just a tool. I can't remember, but I know it was Dr. Brown, talked about relationships. iReady does not and will not replace teacher-student relationships. It doesn't give more information than a teacher gets by interacting with a student on a daily basis. It doesn't replace teacher expertise or professionalism. Our teachers worked really hard during the pandemic. This is just giving them another source of data with which to support students moving forward. It doesn't replace their own assessments, their formative work, their group work, their small group instruction, any of that. It just gives them information to hopefully make that more effective for them. So that's a key point.
Can I share one thing, Chris? Just to amplify the first bullet, Chris said it really simply, but just want to amplify. This is the first time that we've had a K-12 assessment of this sort. So I know sometimes it's helpful to go back to what was before the pandemic, what's after the pandemic. And so this is big system change, especially for those teachers who have been less involved in this kind of assessment. And it's also big system change for us to think about how we use the data to orient towards growth. And so I just want to acknowledge that system change, because system change is also not easy. It's not easy for teachers who are saying, this is taking longer than I thought it was going to take. Parents are trying to read reports. So it is new, and it's something that's very different than what our system has had in the past.
Yeah, and specifically, if you hear about this, you'll hear it's very, very different in high school. So Dr. Camarinos had to do a lot of support with his principals on why we're rolling this out, because even SBAC doesn't get given in 9th or 10th grade. It's once in 11th. So having a interim data that's ongoing is very different for high schools for the last decade or so. In your document list, there's a document A. It's just this domain, so you have them for your reference. These are the domains, a little more detail that iReady tests on. For reading, it's phonological awareness, phonics, high-frequency words, vocabulary, literature comprehension, and informational text comprehension. And really the first 3 for elementary students, phonological awareness, phonics, and high-frequency words, are aligned to our foundational reading skills. And then in math, it's numbers and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, measurement data, and geometry. And it's not geometry like the course geometry. It's geometric skills. It's geometry math standards, which exist throughout the curriculum from elementary into high school. It's not high school geometry that way. So when a student scores above or below grade level in a particular domain, you can drill down to and what standards are in that domain for that grade level that the student would need. The other part for us in terms of talking points is it's not like SBAC, a checkpoint for learning. It's not summative. It's not for remediation, and it's not for grades. It's none of those things. It's a diagnostic pretest. It's designed to be formative. It's designed to give you actions to take between the next test, that and the next test. It's really designed to accelerate learning, and when we talk about the reports later, you'll see The reports don't talk about what students can't do. It talks about what students can do and what they should do next, right? So the idea is that we're pushing forward, not slowing down. And system-wide, as well as for teachers, it's for progress monitoring. It allows us to set growth goals and then look at growth of the same groups of students over the course of a year and then across multiple years. So it gives us a little more granular data with which to take action. And to your question earlier, Dr. Benitez, it helps us tell a story about what some of our responses are doing, right? We can start to see the impact of the actions that we take, and then I think Dr. Sosa Valderrama said, fine-tune those things, right? But without the data in an ongoing manner, it's hard to fine-tune. So I want to take you through a process, so please don't scan ahead in the slides yet, because you'll get stuff you're not supposed to see. But I'm going to have a couple of my team members come up who are even more well-versed than I am in this, and they helped me put all this together. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Jody Fender and Victoria Flores, and they'll come up, and they're going to take us through a process, and then I'll come back into data, and then they'll go back. So it's going to be like a back and forth type thing. So if they yell at me to change the slides, that's because I'm falling asleep at the switch. All right? So we'll start with this.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Still catching us in the morning. Victoria and I are really pleased to be able to talk to you today about data dialogues, and not just talk to you about them, but engage you in a simulated data dialogue process within the constraints of this kind of format of a meeting and time constraints. So what are we talking about when we're referencing a data dialogue? What we're looking at is really a structured process by which a group can come together to make shared meaning of data. So in the past few years, I've spent a fair amount of my time at work talking to people about data utilization and conducting data dialogues. Participants come with a wide variety of attitudes and perspectives. There's a lot of worry about what is the data going to say? What is it going to tell me about me? What is it going to say about my school site? What might it say about my students? But they also have worries about the process, the idea of this data dialogue. They come to me and say, oh wait, I'm not a numbers person. I don't know how to analyze data. But we really try to take them through activities that talk about how we do these kinds of things all the time in our daily lives. So as an example is using a fitness tracker. So we're gathering data all the time on what is our step count, what's our heart rate, what's the quality of our sleep. We look for patterns, and we decide, are we going to attach certain meanings to those patterns and then decide to act on them? Would we change our behavior? Maybe set a goal and start the cycle again. So teachers see that they do know how to do these things and they do them in their everyday lives, but they also see that they know how to do it in their daily work lives as well. So they might be doing it much more informally, but they're using information about their students to set goals and make changes in their instruction all the time. So although it is an everyday thing, it is a structured process, and it does take some time and practice, and it's a vulnerability thing sometimes, and coming together as a group to do that. So Chris put up our 4 phases of the data dialogue, and so we're going to walk you through the simulated version of that today. So where we're going to predict, observe, infer, and act. And we'd like to ask the board to just think about ways that you might be able to apply these processes in your own work, and how you might advise us or give input on how we use it with our school sites and teachers. And so I'll be turning it over to Victoria for phase 1, but just as a high-level overview, we're talking the high-level, district-level averages, not getting into nitty-gritty, slice and dice into all the different ways we can do that, but we'll be looking at the iReady snapshot diagnostic. So it's a zoomed-out version. District-wide data. Overall, we're looking at 2 content areas of reading and math, and as Chris talked about, we have 6 domains in reading and 4 domains in math. And then we have some data on our little simulated data dashboard with real data, not simulated, of the 3 levels. So we'll look across elementary, middle, and high. So with that, Victoria.
Thank you, Jody. Good morning, board members and executive staff. So before we move into phase 1, it's important that we actually reference our data dialogue protocol. It's document B in your packets. I'll actually hold this up to make sure everyone can see it. This is a very simple worksheet that helps kind of guide the work and record your responses. It's something that we do plan on using in the future with our staff who we run this activity with. So as you can see in your slides, the first phase is to predict. As part of a data dialogue, it's really important to start with this step because it does two essential things. One, it helps address our implicit bias. And by addressing our implicit bias before we see the data, we're able to put it on the table, set it aside, and really look at the story that the data is trying to tell us rather than the story or the implications that we want to put onto it. The second really important thing that prediction phase does for us is it allows us to bring in our experiences, our institutional knowledge, and apply it and use it to our understanding of the data. And so for this exercise, we're looking at iReady data. You just got a little bit of background from Chris earlier around the performance of our students in the latest SBAC testing. This is where we are going to perform our first prediction. There's some guiding questions in your slides if you're having trouble with coming up with your own, but just an example of one was, I predict that we will have more students, I predict that we will have more students on grade level in English than we will in math. So that's an example of a prediction. For this phase, we'll have you do this independently on your worksheets, and when you're ready to move on, just give me eyes and I can pass it back to Chris.
And we made sure the exec staff has them too, so feel free to engage in the predictions, exec colleagues. So don't look at the slides yet, right? You're supposed to be predicting before you look at the data slides that I'm going to present.
Well, Chris, can you tell us though, the titles of the slides without telling us the actual data so that we can know?
Sure. Yes, we're going to be looking at students' performance compared to grade level on the most current iReady from October in both reading and math. So district-wide, not, and at each level. So high school, middle school, and elementary school.
And not broken down by any subgroup categories?
We will break the district down into the same subgroups I showed you a few minutes ago in the first slides. So we won't break the levels down that far for sake of time, but we will break the entire district down that far in the next couple slides.
So racial, ethnic?
Racial, ethnic subgroups. Mm-hmm.
And the prediction can use those subgroups as well?
Absolutely. Your prediction. Go for it. So maybe wrap up your final thoughts in the next 30 seconds or so, and we'll continue forward. So I'm sure for our live stream viewers on YouTube, that was the most riveting part of the board workshop. maybe Chris can edit that out and post. So I'm going to spend a few minutes actually going through the iReady data that you just made your predictions on. Again, we're going to stay at the 30,000 foot level, right? Thinking about your role as board members and policy and resource management and asking us questions like why and how much and what's next. We're keeping it at that level as opposed to going all the way down to, say, a student level, which would be more the zone of a teacher and a parent for response. I apologize in advance, Dr. Benitez, for the red-green distinctions on these next few slides. So it changes back and forth, but I'll try and keep up with it. For the first slide, so at or above grade level will be on your left, and below grade level more to the right. And so the colors are red and green. So as of Friday, so one of the beauties of iReady as a tool is we don't have to wait 6 months for data. We get it the moment students are completing the test. In fact, we can actually look and see students who are halfway done with the test. The data is instantaneous for us, so we can take quick action. So if a teacher gave their whole class the test on October 5th, they had data on October 5th that they could look at in their dashboards and start working with if they so chose. So this was data as of Friday. And you can see we have about 52,000 students, a little over 52,000 students who completed the diagnostic at that point. So for reading, about 29% of our students scored at early or mid or above grade level. So the way it works when it designates you is it says you're either, for the grade level you're in, you're early or mid or late or above grade level. So about 29% of our students came in scoring early or above, all the way up to above grade level. About 29% of our students scored one grade level below. And it's a giant range, so we could break it down later, but some of those kids might be just a few points right below early grade level, and some of those kids might be, 7 months behind, as we talked about a minute ago with the national data. And then you can see 15% of our kids came in 2 grade levels below, and 27% of our kids scored 3 or more grade levels below currently. So this is the overall district reading, and you can think about how that aligns to your predictions. And then in the next slide, slide 14, we broke it down by the same racial, ethnic, demographic subgroups that we broke down the SBAC data. This one switches, sorry. It's just the way the data report comes out, so I apologize, Dr. Benitez. Now below grade levels to the left and above grade levels to the right. So it switched directions on you. And it'll only switch for these demographic breakdowns. For the rest of them, it'll always be above to the left and below to the right.
And there's 5 different colors, right?
There are 5.
Just so I can see the bars.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only 5. So there's so if we look at for example, the African American at the very top, the African American group for reading, in the first band, the band which is read with hash bars on it, that's 35%. That's 35% of the students 3 or more grade levels below. Then in the next band, you have 18%, 2 grade levels below, 27%, 1 grade level, 11% early on grade level, which is early on grade level is right where they're supposed to be. It's early in the year. And then you've got 8% who are mid or above grade level. And this is overall, right? We can break this down by domains and other stuff, but we're not doing that for right now. So this is the race ethnicity breakdown for reading for the district. And I'm going to kind of go quickly through these. You have them in your handout. Then we go district level math. It flips. Again, sorry. So for math, it was 19% of our students came in on or above grade level. 35%, 1 below, 19%, 2 below, and 27%, 3 or more grade levels below. And when we break that down, you can see the racial ethnic breakdown of that data in October. And just to, make sure to include my executive colleagues, I included the level breakdowns for each of these things. So slide 17 is just the elementary reading breakdown. So elementary students, 22,000 of our elementary students of our 27,000, 29%, so right on the district average actually, for reading came in earlier above grade level, 40% 1 below, 22% 2, and 9% 3 below.
Chris, do you know ballpark how many Filipino students we have in the district?
Not off the top of my head, I'd have to look.
I'm sure Dr. Lund knows.
I'm sure we could text somebody and get an answer really quick.
Come on, Chris.
Percentage-wise, it's very small.
It's small.
Yeah,
it's
that's
in the
what I thought.
hundreds.
Hundreds.
Is what you're
Yes.
looking at.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason, if it's that small, why we break them out?
So that's actually a question we've started having in our office, but generally it's because of state reporting. So we break them out for state reporting. So the groups I broke out for you, the groups that we break out for state
Got it.
reporting, we have had some discussion internally about how do we want to collapse or expand those groups in terms of actionable results, as groups that used to be much larger in our community have shrunk a little bit. And nationwide, we're seeing some collapsing that probably we don't want to follow. So we're just starting to have those discussions now. But right now it's state reporting.
Thank you.
Slide 19 presents the elementary math picture. And I'll cycle through these so that the public can see them, but I really would just like you to take a couple minutes and look slides, from 19 on to slide 22 is our last data slide. So it basically goes middle school math, reading and math, and then high school reading and math as the next few slides. So like I said, I'll cycle through them, but please just look at them and think about your predictions and how they're comparing to what you're seeing in the data. And so for the public, middle school reading was about 33% early on or above grade level, 21% 1 below, 12% 2 grade levels below, and 34% 3 or more grade levels below. And for math, we had 24% early or above, 33% on, 15% 1 below, and 29% 2 below. So what you'll notice is elementary is sort of on the district average. Middle school is a little higher than district average in terms of students scoring above grade level. And then high school's a little bit below district average. So for high school, 23% of the students in reading came in earlier on above grade level, 20% 1 below, 9% 2, and 47% 3 or more. And then for math, 21% mid or above, 13% on, 13% 1 below, and 53% 3 or more below. I would like to kind of also mention one of the things that Dr. Baker mentioned a few minutes ago. This is a big system change. And we do know from our work with other iReady districts that proctoring of the iReady and teacher work around iReady in terms of the perceived importance by a teacher to the classroom makes a huge difference in how students perform on the assessment, right, with how seriously they take the assessment. And so when we look at math, and maybe I'm probably getting ahead of myself, so if I am, you guys can tell me to be quiet over there. But just for high school, I'd point out that when you look at the ratio of kids who took the test versus those who didn't, it's a much bigger gap than the other two levels. And so, again, we talk about that big change for high school and then the big change in that. So I expect the data to be a little more variable over the next few administrations in high school as we get them supported with this idea that we're giving an ongoing test 3 times a year every year, which is a big change for them. So that's to be expected, and it's what some of our colleague districts that implemented iReady multiple years ago said that they saw as well. So it's not alarming. I mean, the bars are kind of alarming, but it's to be expected. And again, the other thing I would remind you as I turn it back over to my team is, remember, this is a snapshot, but all of our goals are around growth. So really thinking about moving forward with growth, the data I'll present to you guys in March at the March workshop will be about the differences, like the change in students between October and February, right? And how have we grown, and then who's grown the most, and why do we think that might be, and what programs did we put in place, and those types of questions that we can ask about the growth of students, because it's growth that matters. And I'll come back to that more again at the end of the presentation. So I'll turn it over to the All-Star team to take you through the next part of the data dialogue.
Okay, so now we're moving on to phase 2. So we had a little diversion. That's part of the simulated data dialogue. Usually we wouldn't have a big data presentation in the middle of a data dialogue. Hopefully we'd be sitting around a nice big table and talking and discussing the data together. So I find this phase, all the phases are important, but I love phase 2. It's the heart of just looking at the data. What is the story the data is trying to tell you? What are we observing? So this is really a focus on facts. I do want to direct you, for the purpose of the data dialogue, you have all those slides Chris presented, but we put together documents C and D. So we could look at these together as a part of our activity, as a dashboard we put together to pull together those overall numbers, the numbers across the levels, and then the domains that are available for each of the content areas. So with the observe phase, we're really just saying, what do we see? We can just make very direct observations. What are the patterns or trends? What important points stand out? What's surprising? You made predictions. You might have been right in some areas, or maybe something came up that was a little surprising. And which aspects of the data did we not think to explore yet? So for this phase, I'll give you a few minutes to review these dashboards, documents C and D. And you can jot down on your protocol if you refer back to the document B in the observe phase. You can write down some observations. What I often like to do is scribble all over these with the things that I see. So, oh, this percentage is really high, or, different patterns that you see here. So as Chris talked about, ELA had more students on or above grade level. So that's an observation. I can take a look. The green bars are bigger on the reading dashboard than they are in the math dashboard. We have 10% more students, 29% on or above in reading as compared to 19% in math. And then we don't say because. That's for the next phase. So we try to just sit with the data, make observations. So I'll stop talking and let you review the data and then be ready to share a few observations out if you're willing.
And just because my department is so quick to answer questions, I received a text. We have 2,233 Filipino students in the district. It's 3% of enrollment.
Thank you. Is that right, Chris? 2,000 plus Filipino students is 3% of our enrollment? I don't think that's mathematically.
I would have to calculate it. It's a little.
Well, if we have
no,
60,
that's about right. We have almost 70,000 students.
And
2,200
2,300 equals 3%?
And I am not trusting my math. It's 3.23%.
I just like to see Chris pull out his calculator and do stuff live.
And I'm sure I was on camera for that moment too, so everyone could see that the data guy had to use a calculator for simple math.
And again, it's nice that you're all taking notes and actively participating, but this part is part of the dialogue aspect of the data dialogue, so I would love if you wanted to start sharing some of your observations.
So I know Chris said this earlier, so is this metrics part of the, I'm going to consider it like a report that's a standing report that's available at the drop of a hat to all district staff?
Yes, so right after it's taken, teachers, administrators, and admin can view that.
They can direct, yeah.
Yeah, so they have a dashboard that they can log into.
Dashboard, okay,
Yep,
that
and
dashboard
it's-
to give them access to.
Yeah, and it pretty much live updates, so as students take it, it starts populating with the data.
Got it. And clearly, we can look at it from the larger aggregate, but we can also shrink it all the way down to a classroom,
And to a student.
to a student. Great.
Yeah, so, and I'll show you an example of that shortly.
So in the interest of time, I think we're going to go to phase 3 in a second, unless anyone would like to, last chance, share some observations from the dashboard.
Before we move on, I just want to say that there's really no wrong answers, right? These are just facts that you're finding in the data, and they're really going to help you with phase 3.
All right, I'll go. In high school math, that as kids are catching up to be at grade level, fewer students are 1 or 2 grade levels behind, but the number of kids who are 3 or more jumps. So it's like we catch up some kids, but the kids who are behind seem to be getting more behind.
Thank you. Anyone else before we move on to phase 3?
Just an affirmation of Chris's explanation of high school students in ELA being disproportionately more levels behind than their elementary school and middle school counterparts.
Thank you. I think those are good. So thank you, Jody, for sharing that with us. I, like Jody said, her favorite is observation. Inference is probably mine. I think this is the opportunity that we get to start asking ourselves why and start answering with because. And I think this gets us closer to action, which is really exciting to me. So this is our opportunity to start making those inferences with the data that we have. And again, I do want to focus your attention to the 2 dashboard sheets. I know that we've given you a lot of data today, but for the sake of the activity, this kind of just helps us stay focused. So if you can, on that your data dialogue protocol sheet, start making some inferences about the observations you made, and do try to keep them correlated, because it kind of helps tell that story again. You see the growth of the data in your own mind, and also the story that it's trying to tell. The last observations that were given by our 2 board members were great. If you weren't able to make an observation, try to use one of theirs, because I think that helps the dialogue stay connected as we move through this next phase. If you need some guiding questions, they are on the slides. But for example, something that you could infer, as I did, is maybe some of the reasons some of our students haven't tested is possibly because of quarantine or health issues. And so we do know that some students weren't able to test in the appropriate time frame because of absences and whatnot. So go ahead and do that, and then we will come back to discuss in just a minute in the interest of time.
Mr. Brown, not to put you on the spot again, but I think a good clarifying point may be, my assumption is that in the order of size, the largest racial ethnic groups that we have in the district are Latinx, white, African American, in that order? Is that, or African American white in that order?
It's Latinx, white, African American, but white and African American are very close.
Around 12%
Yeah,
for
just
the
over
white
12 each,
African
yep.
American? Okay.
Mhm.
Would anyone like to share any of their inferences that they were able to jot down?
I'll start. I'm wondering if these numbers in all areas will improve once we take a look at the next report. since we have more kids in person, most of our kids are in person. And so I'm wondering if we're going to be closing some of those gaps. And I'm very hopeful because these numbers are dismal.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had one, I guess it's linked to the observe, so I'll first share my observe point where I talked about the data shows that the vocabulary loss just had a larger gap than most. And so with that, my inferred question was, I wonder if there is any links to cultural biases in regards to language and vocabulary in particular. I personally, now this is a bit contrarian here, don't think that reading comprehension has to always have direct correlations to vocabulary. I think that comprehension just depends on the vocabulary that's used in your household. So I was just wondering if there was some competing ideologies here.
So hold on to that one, because I'm going to come back to that one almost as an exact example later. So that's the vocab comprehension discussion. So one of my inferences from the data is that the impact of the pandemic on Long Beach was the same as it was sort of nationwide, right? So you end up saying because students weren't here in person in our classrooms. So I can infer that not being in class had a detrimental impact on learning.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you for those of you who, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, and I would just build on Chris's comment and say, yes, and it had a disproportionately detrimental impact for our Latinx, African American, and Pacific Islander students.
Yes.
Because the gap actually widened. Everyone experienced learning loss, but the gap for those three groups specifically, although, for our entire district system-wide, widened. Even though we're not comparing apples to apples on SBAC from 218, 219 to these iReady assessments.
Including our low SES students.
Do we have SES?
It was in one of the previous slides that was shared. I want to thank everyone for sharing at this time, because I know that there's a little bit of vulnerability that goes into talking about data in a public forum, and we appreciate that. But I'm going to pass it over to Jody to end with ACT.
Okay, so we've made it to the final phase, action. So this is not my expertise. I'm on the front end of predicting, analyzing the data, writing it up, sharing my interpretation. So we can ask these kinds of questions when we get to the action phase. Do we need more data? Sometimes I ask myself when I'm analyzing data that I don't have a lot of experience with, is this something I need to go learn more about this topic in general in order to better understand the data? Questions that the board might ask are different than what a site administrator might ask, exec staff might ask, or a teacher, right? Your actions are going to be different. So where the board might ask, how can we impact the data through policy? A teacher or a site staff is asking, what interventions which students should we target for maybe a tier 2 or a tier 3 intervention? So if you would like to share any action steps that you might take part in your own work, that would be great. Or if you'd like to weigh in on how we might use this with our site staff as we roll out this data dialogue process and the iReady data at our K-12 quarterly data meetings, that would be really valuable to have your input on that.
I mean, since we already sort of highlighted that one of the, not surprising, but striking nonetheless, data points is, over 3/4 of our Latinx, African American, and Pacific Islander students are at least one grade level below standard, right? So sort of two angles to that. One is the intervention and or accelerated learning strategies specifically that we're considering, developing, implementing for those three groups. But then also, here's another one, Ms. Takahashi, the budget considerations, right? Because ultimately, if our students of color are the ones that we all kind of assumed, well, I shouldn't say all, I assumed that because of all the accessibility issues and the beyond school challenges that Board Member Kerr referred to, when they come back to us, given the social and emotional well-being challenges that these students are also facing, that we basically have a good sense right now through this data that can either affirm and or validate some of those assumptions, right? So question for me is, how do we consider from a policy perspective and from a budget perspective, how to support what the data is demonstrating? So big question here. How do we as a board, how can we be proactive on the policy and budget piece of the strategy for addressing the inequity here before us?
And so that's probably not a short or in the moment answer, but one of the things I would say is it helps drive us back into the learning acceleration plan. So in the learning acceleration plan, there's all of these different enhancements that we are funding with both one-time and ongoing monies, right? So the question will start to be, we look at the growth between now and February, and then we look at kids who participated in some of these enhancements, and we see, did their growth look different than the growth of students who did? So if we have specific interventions for, male students or male students of color at the high school level, and we know who those kids are and we know what their scores are, we start to look at some of those outcomes. And I-Ready is one kind of outcome. We also look at like sense of belonging outcomes, core survey outcomes, right? There's more than just academic reading and math outcomes to look at, DF rates. But that's the kind of thing that we can use then to help answer those tough questions when it comes to, and now we're going to make another policy decision, or now we're going to say we want to increase funding for this or that. The ongoing growth data gives you evidence to support the efficaciousness of those programs, right? So that's the kind of thing that we're hoping to bring as we get more growth data and as we get program evaluations going for the programs. For example, when we were talking about SEL earlier, OCIPD, OSSS, and research are working together with an external provider, Hanover, to evaluate the signature practices that were trained on early in the summer. And in the fall with teachers, they're meeting with teacher focus groups and surveying students to look at how well did that PD go? How much implementation do we have? And do we need to designate more resources to it or not? And so we'll be able to have that data to help guide or provide evidence to answer some of those tough questions.
Yeah. Sorry, colleagues?
Yeah, thank you for this. I think this is the presentation we've all been waiting for a long time in terms of what are next steps, especially as we go into a board governance conversation. So for me, as a board member, what can I do to influence change? If we're gonna look really at a student-focused governance model that we talked about last year, we talked about goals and having really specific, smart goals and picking the goals that we think that we should focus on for the next 3 to 5 years based on what we hear from the community and what they value. So if a specific goal could be that Black male students in 3rd grade by 2024 are at 65%, are at grade level. Like that could be one of those pieces that this board decides is critical, because we know that all that goes with making that goal happen will benefit every student, especially that group, but we've said that that's important to us. So I think the data for me is really important as we go into the next part of goal setting, because as a board, we can say to the superintendent, who has this incredible staff working with her, this is our goal for 3 to 5 years, and we want you to report back on all the interim goals that are going to get us to that place. So from a process perspective, I think it's really important that we have actual numbers now, because we didn't have a lot of that because of when we did testing, because of no testing. But this is the place from which we start, that we set goals around the academics for students. So that's the thing that I hope that we do, which is take the data that we get now and that we'll get in the spring as we do community input work to say, what are those 3 to 4 goals that are critical to our community? That we know will have broad impacts on lots of different things, but what are those 3 measurable things that we want to say, Dr. Baker, you and your team need to focus on this thing? To really focus everybody's work on those students that are most in need. So I plan to listen with the data as the new starting point for how do we plan for a strategic plan for the next 3 to 5 years that looks at these hugely red and red striped bars and says, and acknowledge it is unacceptable, and we need to make decisions and strategy choices that change this. So that's what I'm most aware of about looking at it just kind of at that 30,000 foot level. So thank you.
I do want to affirm this board for the work that you have done over time, but thinking about the last 18 months as our students and our families experienced a pandemic. You have done things like make a request or direct the staff to bring forward an equity policy, which will come back to you in the next 6 weeks. You have made financial decisions that center our students of color, those most at risk for failure, by approving a multi-year plan for us. So you've heard some districts are already spending down the funds that have been given to them. You allowed us to build a multi-year plan. These are not, our students' needs will not be solved in 1 year. So part of your leadership will be to have patience as we work through all of these new systems. For example, when we come back in February, we may not see huge growth in our data, but we need to persist in building a system that continues to refine, continues to shine the light where it needs to be shined, and study the investments that we're making in the learning acceleration and support plan to make sure that we are doing what will accelerate student learning across the district. So I just want to affirm all of you for the stances that you've taken in the last 18 months as students and families experience that pandemic, and help us to move forward in this area, because this is very dramatic data. The other thing is that you have pushed in your leadership to have more transparent results. And so today does not feel comfortable to any of us to see the struggles that our students have had coming out of 18 months, many of them at home for that extended period of time. Even with our teachers and principals and staff's best effort, our students have absolutely struggled. And as Dr. Benitez said, our students of color have, it just has been exacerbated, everything that they have experienced. And so we are committed to being transparent. It's one of my goals. It's the work of the research office to bring forward ways that we can transparently look at the data and together in many different ways through our learning acceleration support plan, through engagement with our community in specialized groups. The Black Student Achievement Advisory Committee has been launched to really look at things from a community and staff perspective. And so this is an all-out effort to address what we see the needs of our students are at this time.
Dr. Baker, just on that last point, for the next iteration of this, Mr. Brown, given the racial ethnic subgroup data, I think it would be helpful to break down by level, right? Elementary school, middle school, high school, that subgroup data, particularly if I'm understanding, reading this correctly, that high school ELA is slightly less than half students, 47% are at least 3 grade levels below. And then for high school math, over half of our students in high school are at least 3 levels below. I think it's important if we are going to develop SMART goals as the ones that Ms. Kerr has pointed out, that it would be helpful to have those broken out so that we can be very strategic and intentional, that if we're talking about Black students in the 10th grade, let's talk about Black students in the 10th grade and build strategies specifically for black students in the 10th grade, as an example.
Absolutely, and that is the intention. And so in March, not only would I give you that, but we'll actually be able to look at and growth of those students between now and then, right? And then again at the end of the year. So remember, they take this particular assessment, they take now in October, February, and again in May. So we get 3 sort of checkpoints throughout the year to have that discussion. Thank you for the team for your work. Excellent job. I do have a few more slides I'd like to get through. I'll try and go fast through some of them, but some of them answer specific questions that sort of came up during the course of the discussion, so I want to make sure we got to that. So slide 27, just Mr. Miller, you were asking about how we break this down. This is what a teacher dashboard would look like for their class. So this is a screenshot of a 7th grade course in our system right now. And so you could see the students sort of where they scored overall and then in each domain. So for example, the top student had a scale score of 495, but you can see that that student is really right where they need to be in terms of like geometry, but you know, there's some right just-in-time work we can do around algebraic expressions and numeric operators, right? So it's not just you're below or above grade level, but we can actually start to really dive into and where. And that's an important point to come back to in a few minutes when we talk about acceleration. The other thing that teachers see for them is a report per student that they can look at that sets a typical and a stretch goal. And I really want to piggyback on what Dr. Baker was saying about a multi-year plan. So the way this works is the typical growth goal, that's what you would call sort of in everyday conversation as 1 year of growth. What that is for a student who is in this grade level, who scored at this point nationwide, here's what 1 year of growth would look like. But the stretch goal is an attainable goal, but it's a goal that puts them on the path back towards being on grade level, or if they're above grade level, path towards truly being accelerated, right? So you'll notice for this student, I pulled you example, it doesn't happen in 1 year. Like, we don't make up a large gap in 1 year, but if they attain their stretch goal, now they're a whole lot closer. They attain their stretch goal again the second year, and they're right on pace where they need to be, right? So the idea is that we can, with kids meeting stretch goals, we can have a 2 and 3 year plan to get them back to where they need to be, to accelerate their learning, give them more than a year's growth in each year to get them back. But if they're 3 grade levels behind, we're not trying to stress the kid out and ask them to do 4 years of work in 1 year. That's not the point, and we're not remediating and going back. We're just accelerating and making it manageable and doable. And when we talk about SMART goals, Ms. Kerr, right, that A, right, that attainable goal, it's got to be something that's within reach to help motivate our students to get there. You'll also see in the slide things like test it out. So this comes back to what you were saying, Mr. Miller, and we'll talk about this again in just a moment. But test it out doesn't mean like they're beyond grade level. Test it out means this particular student had demonstrated such good work in comprehension or in vocabulary that the test didn't need to give them questions on high frequency words, because the understanding was implicit that they had it, or they wouldn't have had the comprehension score they had. And they've done that by using gigantic million student national samples to determine if you score X on comprehension, you obviously have the high frequency words because you had to see them in the reading of the comprehension to get the point. So the test isn't going to waste your time and give you high frequency word questions, right? It's going to skip right. So test it out means you didn't even see them. If you see something like tested max, it means you saw them and got them all right? So, but test it out means no wasting your time. And the big point for this is not about remediation. This is about acceleration. So for example, you might have a student in high school algebra that the iReady diagnostic tells you maybe has a little bit of work to do with, say, fractions. Maybe they're going to say score at 4th grade level with fractions. It's okay. What we do not want to do is give that student 4th grade level work in fractions. That's remediation. That's not the point. The point is acceleration. So what we might do is something like, okay, I know that Chris Brown is a little bit behind in fractions. So when we get to algebraic expressions and it's 4/5 x plus something, I'm going to take 45 seconds to get with Chris and talk about here's how you multiply a fraction, here's how you divide a fraction, let's remember fractions real quick. I'm going to give him that just-in-time support that I know he needs based on the diagnostic and my own work with Chris so that he can get algebraic expression and stay on grade level. The point is to stay on grade level. So to your point, Mr. Miller, you might have a student, in fact, iReady gives teachers groupings, and you could have a grouping that says these students have good reading comprehension skills, but actually don't have the greatest vocabulary skills. So if I'm a science teacher and I'm working with the student on reading, the student's really good at reading and comprehending, but they might struggle with these super technical vocabulary words as we get to them. So I know I got to provide a little bit of a scaffold on vocabulary with this group of students that are in my room, not with comprehension and sentence structure and all those other things, just the vocab, to give them access to my content at the current grade level, not give them a whole bunch of vocabulary from earlier grade levels, right? That's the difference between remediation and acceleration. We really want to accelerate and give them just-in-time supports to let them access on grade level content, not go back in time and try and teach the earlier grade levels, because we'll never catch up that way. You can't go back and go slow and suddenly accelerate students, right? So that's a big point that we're trying to help out with everyone to understand. Parents are going to be involved in this discussion, right? They're going to get a report. So on November 15th, parent reports for the first test administration will go live in Parent View, and parents will be able to see it, and they'll have a bunch of questions. And here's an example, and I put an example, I think it's document F in your packet. I know I kind of got out of order because I added it at the last minute, I apologize. Document F in your package shows what a parent report would look like. So parent reports will go out November 15th. On November 18th, we will hold a live streamed recorded parent night. It'll be translated in Spanish, Khmer, and American Sign Language. The parents can jump on. We're going to pre-take questions. iReady people will be there. My team will be there. And we're going to go through the parent report so that parents know how to access the report and have the kind of questions that they might want to talk to their staffs or to their schools about based on their students' progress. One of the things I stress with the report is the report does not tell parents what your student can't do. It's not about what they can't do. The report is really built on the idea of proximal development. So what it tells parents and what it tells students is here's what you can do, and here's what the next immediate things are for you to work on, right? The things that are just that next level of development for you, right? So it's really asset-based. It's not deficit-based. Again, we're not going back to what they can't do. It's what do we need to just accelerate the learning moving forward. And that's the language we want to really stick with. And so because of that, I'm going to ask Daro to do a super quick. So Daro Hewitt in our office developed some asset-based talking points, and we shared these with principals at the last principal meetings to share with their staff. So when parents start calling and asking about iReady, here's some sort of discussion starters that they can have. So I don't know, Daro, if you want to share those real quick with everybody, please.
Good afternoon. I just crossed off good morning, so. Okay, so with everything that we're doing with iReady as one of our assessment tools, and everything that iReady is doing for us, it falls on all of us to have the right kinds of conversations that are not only constructive, but allow us to see students and families behind the numbers. So I'm going to briefly share some of the kinds of talking points that you will likely hear as schools engage with families around this information in the reports. And you'll see that the framework we are using is built upon an asset-based, culturally responsive framework, a model that will help us leverage our students' strengths by connecting and building on prior knowledge. For example, as Mr. Brown alluded to, taking positive inventory of our students' skills and assets, and then using some of the proper scaffoldings that you already heard about. And also this model helps us to recognize and validate each person as a whole and what they have experienced. So here are the talking points, if I may just read them out aloud for you. The first one is, this information allows us to determine student strengths and areas of potential. The second talking point is, because this diagnostic is adaptive, students will see some content that hasn't been covered in class. This will allow for a more complete picture of what each student knows or does not know, and allow for more meaningful goals for growth. And this one's my personal favorite, the third one. Every child has experienced unique challenges during this past year, and this information helps level the field by identifying ways to accelerate learning, seeing what students truly are, and meeting their needs by providing individualized instructional support. And of course, I would add into that the amazing transformative social and emotional learning work that Dr. Simon is leading with Dr. Sosa, Valderrama, and Amy Love. And lastly, the last talking point is, this diagnostic will help us to leverage their current strengths and what they already know. So again, that's just going from saying, what do we need to work on, to what can we work with? Thank you.
Thanks, Taro. And then just to kind of wrap up, I said at the beginning, iReady's not the tool, it's a tool. It's kind of front and center right now because we just gave the assessment in October and it's on everyone's mind, but it's one part of a broader framework. So in your packet, I have document E, which is the assessment matrix for the district K-12, and you'll notice that it doesn't just say iReady, right? There's a lot of other things on there. We have unit assessments that we're building out over the next couple of years in both ELA and math. We've got Wonders Weekly, we've got performance tasks, we've got math facts and FIRSA. So there's a lot of tools out there to help educators at all of our levels build a complete picture of our students so that we can then try and design and implement the most effective programs. So just one piece, so trying to give you guys some context in all of the stuff that we're doing. The last couple slides are really just about some sort of short-term quick responses. One of the things that I've learned in interacting with colleagues from other districts that use iReady is it takes some time to get a feel for the data and to really start figuring out which interventions are working and which ones aren't, and to try and hone in on that for your system and your specific needs. So I know one of the questions we get a lot is, well, what are you doing to respond to it? And it's first administration. So the honest answer for most of our teachers without support right now is they're probably not doing a million things to respond to it. They're just using it to paint a picture of their students and trying to make their small responses as they can. But we are using it for external tutoring. So we do have contracts with external vendors, and the iReady students who fall 2 or more grade levels behind on iReady in the fall administration, so those big red bands with the hashes in them, they're going to qualify to be in the cycles with the external tutors. And so the sites will work with OCIPD and Tammy Lavelle to work that out. And the other thing that we're doing with iReady is adding to SBAC in terms of criterion for reclassification. It's not replacing it. It is live on our website if you search it up. But what it does is it allows us some flexibility, right? So now we can look at students who are really performing well in their English development and reclassify during the year, as opposed to having to wait an entire year from when they took SBAC to when they take it again. SBAC still stands as a local criterion. We can use it, but iReady gives us a criterion sort of mid-year we can use to really do something that supports a student who's grown during the year, as opposed to waiting all the way again until May and then October for results before we reclassify. We can reclassify in February or May. So those are sort of like short-term quick responses to iReady.
And Mr. Brown, this is what we passed at our last board meeting.
Yes.
That Dr. Kale gave us background information for.
Yes, absolutely. So I know I went a little long, and everyone else, sorry, I apologize, but hopefully it was worthwhile. And if you have any other questions that we haven't come up during our conversation, let me know.
Mr. Otto, you have your mic off? Are you gonna?
It was from a while ago, but one of the things that I have some answers for now is, so can you say this intervention fits this student? You said to some extent that's true. You can go in and based on the information you have. I go back to what Dr. Brown said, and that is, if you pay attention, if you develop a relationship, it's the beginning of everything. I remember those famous, I think they were Westinghouse studies or something about turning up the illumination, and everybody's productivity goes up. You do it again, it goes up, and they do it a third time, and they say, hey, what happens if we turn it down? And you turn it down, it goes up again. And they figured out that, well, you just paid attention to them, and so they responded to that. I'm just wondering, is it that tailored? Can we figure out what for this student is the kind of thing we want, or is that too individualized and too expensive?
I don't know that I have the perfect answer to that question. I would say that the aspirational goal is to get to that point where we have individual and programmatic interventions that fit all needs. We have 70,000 students with 70,000 different lived experiences. So are we there where we know every single student exactly the intervention that would work for them at this moment in time? I don't think we're there yet, but the goal is to gather data around ever smaller groups of students, and really then look at the outcomes, right? So if we try an intervention, look at did it work or not. And that will help us then fine tune and get closer and closer so that we have programs. I do think we have programs to support every student right now.
Right.
And then we need to look at the impact of those programs.
Okay.
Ms. Kerr and then Mr. Miller.
Yeah, thank you to the team. I got a little emotional hearing you talk about asset-based, culturally responsive language with an equity lens, and you're from our research team. And so the awareness that that is so much infusing all of the work, and that isn't just living in OCIPD, it isn't just living in student support services, but that all of you collectively are infusing that in everything. So thank you for that. I know you guys are doing it behind the scenes, but to hear it in a presentation from the research department was really important for me, so thank you. Just a quick question. So I love the little sample document. I thought the language on the backside was helpful for families in terms of may need help and practice in identifying rhymes and blending segments. Like there was language in there that if a family member or carer wanted to support the work outside of the classroom, there were some concrete things that they could do while they're spending time together. You talked about having the live stream in a couple weeks, so I'm sure that will be blasted everywhere, that information. Yes. And in terms of this document, actually one more after this, languages?
English and Spanish.
English and Spanish, okay. And so for our families that speak other languages, to whom would they go to get support, to get that kind of information if they were needing it in a home language?
That's a great question. I think at this point we would come to research and then we would figure out where we need to do to support them and get what they need. Okay.
And again, you said this is a K-12. This is new, K-12. Everybody's taking assessments so that we can't, I know some people say we shouldn't be testing kids all the time, but I'm so grateful. The reality is we are not waiting till the end of a quarter or the end of a semester to see how a student is doing, that we can course correct and support them in ways all along the way, which is the point of this kind of work. So for our students who are receiving extra supports anyway, so students who may have a 504 or an IEP, they're also taking assessments, and would their suggestions and recommendations on the back and the conversations they have with teachers reflect those documents and those legal required?
So they are taking assessments. I don't know about the answer to the second question. I'll have to look into that. In terms of IEPs are so individualized, and these are form produced. So I would be hesitant to say that the suggestions provided by iReady match the IEP supports, but that's work that hopefully we can do with OSSS on training teachers on how to bridge that gap.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you. Great presentation. I will speak on behalf of the board and say that was a lot. That was a lot of data, man. But it was good stuff. And I think that coming from, I'm going to speak for myself from a place of privilege where I have the academic acumen to understand a lot of the information. It was fairly comprehensive. For me, the one thing that I often go back to is making the information simple. And I want to find ways I know that this is probably spit out directly from iReady, and you're in a room full of highly educated folks. And so for all of us, this is within our wheelhouse, but making sure that this information, even from an iReady component, that is so simple, from a parent who doesn't have a high school diploma to a doctorate student, could all understand. I think that that's going to be one thing that we need to start to strongly consider. But that wasn't my biggest takeaway. One of the slides here was talking about, and I guess this is the tough space of not having the slides beforehand, and we just talk openly here, is the debate between accelerate or remediate. And though I understand the importance of having a curriculum and an approach to accelerate learning because of the deficits that were created during our pandemic years. I also have my concerns about moving too quickly for those students, as we saw, especially in our Black and brown communities, that had close to 2 years behind in certain subjects, and moving them so quickly that not only are they missing so many important building blocks to be able to go on to the next school year, but that after so much time, there's so many holes, almost think about it like a big Jenga. There's so many holes in this tall Jenga that eventually this thing's gonna fall. And we will fail those students, point blank and period. They will get to a point where they will wanna quit because they've been missing so much academic holes, and we've been trying to move so quickly to continue to stack these things. So I guess the bigger question is, and it's not necessarily for you, Chris, it's actually to all of us here, is that when we're thinking about the accelerate versus remediate conversation, we also need to strongly consider what interventions are we putting in place to catch those students before this Jenga tumbles over. What are we doing? How will we catch those kids? Because I'm not going to say that I completely disagree with the acceleration plan and the way that we're going about it, and I think that it's I do agree with the principles behind our acceleration plan. I'd be lying if I didn't say that one of my concerns would be those young men and those young women that as we're quickly trying to accelerate their learning, that if they've been missing so many holes that this thing's, the information is just not going to stick.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple of comments, I guess. We talked earlier today about the tiers of intervention, and that's what the tiers are for, right? So I guess you could equate that to the number of Jenga holes that a student has, right? The more holes a student has, the higher the tier of intervention, so that the more support they get, including time. There's a lot of historical research that really shows that remediation practices have done harm to students. They've again, I go to that idea of catching up by slowing down, right? It doesn't work. I think when you think about an acceleration program, what you're hoping for is that you're plugging holes just in time and not creating new holes. So now you have a firm base from that point forward to move on. It's a lot harder to do with a high school senior than it is with a third grader if we're thinking about longitudinally, but not impossible, right? The other part is how do we make sure we're getting that just in time to fill the hole? They get the new content, they don't have another hole, and then we build on from there. And then when we get to another content that the hole is impacting, we fill that hole too. So it's not that we're not filling them, it's that we're not filling them all at once and in order. We're filling them as they're needed to shore up the foundation for learning for the student. So it's not that no remediation happens, it's that the plan is not remediation centered. Is probably, I guess, the better way to say it. It's an acceleration center plan. There are remedial aspects to it in terms of that piece of content right now when you need it. We'll review it real quick. So I hope that speaks to that. I don't know if anyone wants to jump in.
Just want to add to, we have some resources that would be good reading for when you think about policy and investments that we can share with you that it further define. I think you got the quick version today, but we have several resources that would be good to share with you.
Any other questions, colleagues, thoughts? Dr. Baker, before we go to lunch, I know that there's parent-teacher conferences going on this week. Given that parents won't receive the iReady or they won't be available to parents until later in the month, will teachers be referencing iReady data during these parent-teacher conferences?
Yeah, so good question. So we actually were working with our principals and then with our teachers to give them common information that all teachers will be handing out to parents this week. So what it does is it talks about, and thanks to the research office for providing that, it talks about what iReady is and what it isn't. It speaks to when they will be able to receive the report, and there's actually a parent guide that's linked to that will help them to actually understand the report. And it also links or it lists the date by which parents can access the Parent University night that will be coming to receive more information. So most of our teachers are not talking about the specific data at this point because we are still learning about the data, and we don't want to go too far ahead of explaining the data when we don't fully understand it ourselves. So we're in kind of this tricky place right now. Parents know their kids took it. Parents often know because the kid might have told them their level, but we're still in the process of understanding it ourselves. So all teachers are providing a handout to parents that will explain what's coming as for further support.
See that, Brian? I did one of these to you. right there.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for the lob.
Thank you, Brian. Dr. Baker, anything else before we go to break?
Just, I'd like to share on behalf of our team, one of the hardest things to do probably in this presentation is to sit without sharing something, because this data is incredibly compelling to us, but we wanted to create the space to sit with the data and to really think about our students and what it tells us in this moment. And when I say the hardest thing, we have not waited. So as this data, as we got our initial data in spring, as we start to see this iReady data, summer, there were intervention programs, there was credit recovery, there were all kinds of enrichment going. You've heard about classroom efforts and interventions and tutoring. And so it's hard for us to sit and just sit with the data without talking about what our response is already. And that will grow as we become more acclimated to this data and our teachers feel more and more comfortable in their classroom response and then our schools' ability to respond to the data. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I think just to kind of close the conversation, this is the lens of which this team looks at their work on a day-to-day basis. And as we continue to talk about student outcome focused governance this afternoon, this is the lens of which all of you bring that to this space, but I think we're going to more formalize that lens as a way to look at the work that you're leading and that we're operating on a day-to-day basis. But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baker, and thank you, Mr. Brown, to you and your team. Great thinking piece for us to have lunch over. So we are going to take a quick lunch break.
Reconvene at 1:30.
1:30, reconvene. Thank you. Welcome back. We are on our next item on our meeting, which is our multilingual office update.
Nice to be with you. Oh, there we go. Everybody have a nice lunch, short, but nice, hopefully. Still finishing up? Go ahead, go right ahead.
Everybody still has food in their mouth, so no
and
one's gonna say
nobody can
anything.
tell, right? All right, well, it's very nice to be here with you. I'm only going to be here for a little bit in the beginning. I'm here joined with members of the Multilingual Office, including somebody new that you're going to meet today, which we're super excited about. And so we're going to give you a little bit of an update. We are going to cover dual immersion expansion, and that also includes a little update on our efforts to explore the possibility of a CAMI dual immersion program at Whittier, and then some updates on English learner supports. All right, so I don't see this, there we go. All right. So in a minute I'll introduce our members, but we will be joined by Dareth Ung, Dr. Olga Grimald, and Martha Ensminger in just a bit. All right.
Ms. Gonzalez, can I ask you for a favor?
Yes.
Since we have such a captive audience watching us right now all over the world, can you share with us where your office is at organizationally, where it is, and then that way it gives context to the folks that you're going to introduce?
Absolutely, thank you. So the Multilingual Office is an office that lives within the Office of Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development, and I have the privilege of overseeing them directly. Their physical office is at the Teacher Resource Center, which is a large complex where most of our OCIPD staff live. And it's located off of 32nd and Orange in the city of Signal Hill. The Multilingual Office is there intentionally because they collaborate with all offices. So the work of serving multilinguals isn't in isolation. It doesn't happen in isolation in the Multilingual Office. It happens collaboratively with all content area offices. That's science, history, math, and of course, English language arts. Let's see what else. So the Multilingual Office covers, they supervise or support several aspects of multilingual learning, which includes dual immersion. It includes world languages. That's middle and high school world languages. As well as supports for English learners. Okay?
And it is a newly established office
Yes.
this year, bringing together the topics that Ms. Gonzalez just explained.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, it's our third month. So what we're going to share is what we've accomplished in 3 months. So we're excited about that. Okay, we're going to begin by speaking about dual immersion expansion. And some of this work began last year because it began with developing a process for how we expand. What are our priorities in our district? What does the law say about how we expand a dual immersion program? So I'll begin there. So when we talk about dual immersion and we talk about language programs, it's important to highlight Proposition 58, which is the California Ed Global Economy Initiative that voters passed in 2016. And this is an important guiding initiative because with the passing of Prop 58, districts were once again allowed to implement bilingual programs without a waiver. So if you remember 227 in 1998, 227 essentially said that it established an English-only requirement to instruction. And if anyone was to participate in a language program outside of English, they needed to sign a waiver. So this repels the waiver requirement. It also is important because its purpose is to ensure that students master English language while also having access to high-quality language programs. And this is especially important for English learners. It also outlines the parent and community input needed to establish a language program. And it also outlines the process for establishing new language acquisition programs, which was especially useful the last couple of years for us. So you have a separate document with you outside of your packet, which is this flyer here, I think. There we go. Okay, Brian has it. There we go. Okay, sorry, I moved into teacher mode. I see Brian has it. I see. At the end. Okay, so what we attempted to do here is, it was a little bit nubious. We didn't really understand exactly what the state said. And so what we have created here is a community-facing document that was just published, so it will be translated, outlining the opportunities for language programs. First, beginning by outlining our existing programs within LBUSD. So it does a nice job of just outlining the existing elementary school programs that we have, which include Bixby, Chavez, Henry, Lafayette, Webster, and Willard. And I do want to highlight that we are working with MMS to create a series of, or 2 videos. One, just a general overview of what dual immersion is, really recruiting families for dual immersion just in time for Education Celebration. And a second video in Spanish highlighting or advertising or recruiting English learner families to consider dual immersion programs as a viable option for learning English by strengthening their L1. So then it continues by sharing a little bit about what the California Education for Global Economy proposition is. And then if you turn it to the back page, it starts to get a little bit more specific about how we in Long Beach plan on establishing new language programs. Most of the language here is outlined in Prop 58, which says that when parents or guardians of 30 or more students within a school make a request for a language program, or when parents or guardians of 20 or more students at a grade level in a school make a request, then we do a series of things. What we developed internally is a date for when we consider it feasible to implement a program for the following year. And what we determined was feasible was the date of November 15th, which would give us enough time to support the school, staff the school, and recruit students through Education Celebration, School of Choice, for implementation of the following year. So that's an important date that was added. So when those thresholds of requests are made, we then do a couple of things. Within 10 days, we notify parents and school that the threshold has been made. We then conduct an analysis to determine whether it's feasible to begin that program. And within 60 days of reaching that threshold, we provide notice in writing of our determination. So the next thing we had to do was determine, well, what are those cost and resource analysis criteria? What does Prop 58 say? What does what is important to our district, what are our district priorities when it comes to language programs, and what does CTC, the California Commission of Teaching, the California Teaching Credentialing Commission, say about who needs to be teaching these courses. So we developed this list of 10 items that we are take into consideration when A, responding to a site's request for a language program, and also B, when we internally start planning for dual immersion expansion, because it's what we want to do. So I'll give you just a second to review some of those.
Is it an appropriate time to ask questions?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's always an appropriate time.
Got it. Thank you. First things first, I know this might be silly to some, but it's important to me. This is an awesome flyer. I don't know who designed it. I don't know who did the color decisions, but I think that it not only gives information, but it also tells a story. You can see even with the use of highlighting November 15th, highlighting the or, talking about the options. This was really well done.
Well, that comes straight from MMS and their work. It began last year, and we finished off this year. So Chris Itzen can tell you exactly who did the work.
Got it.
But it comes from our offices.
Just from a graphic standpoint, got a little bit of a graphics background. It does a really good job of telling the
Thank
story
you.
here. The one piece that I wanted to ask a question about, though, before I got all on my graphic soapbox, you said we created this cost resource analysis criteria. Who's we?
Good question. So we includes the Office of Curriculum and Instruction. It includes the Office of Early Learning in Elementary Schools. It includes some sharing with the Office of School Supports. It includes sharing with Dr. Baker. And it also includes Board Member Kerr, who is part of our instruction committee, as we talk about steps for addressing requests.
Mr. Miller, I know who created it, the flyer. His name is Steve Swift. He made the flyers, graphic designer. Yeah. I just know all that information.
Well, I would tell you, I was when
Let me shine for a second, Board Member
I saw him look at his
Kerr.
cell phone. I think he got a text. Yes, Steve Swift. And speaking of graphics, it actually goes very beautifully with our accompanying flyer of dual immersion programs. And so, yes, it's one of two. So I'll highlight a couple of the cost and resource analysis that that we added that were important to us. One is that we want dual immersion programs to service English learners. That's what they were designed for. And although they're open to both native speakers and non-native speakers, we do want to make it is a priority for us that we have a certain percent of English learners enrolled at the school that we will open a dual immersion program, because that was its intent, to support English learners. Something else that we added that was super important to us and is that when we are opening a program at a school, we don't want to displace students, specifically students that like special populations that are enrolled in a special day program. We don't want to displace students, so that's super important to us. We also don't want to displace teachers, but and that happens sometimes if we're converting a program to a whole school model. If we're adding and there's space to add, then that's a little bit different. So those are some of the priority items that we added.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
And I don't know if you want to answer, if Dr. Grimalt does, to speak a little bit more about the importance of the population of English, of emerging bilinguals who enroll in programs, because we know, as we talk about reclassification, that the dual immersion program is really about advancing biliteracy and bilingualism for those students. That, again, you talked about intent. So I don't know if we could just drill down on that either right now or during the presentation to talk about why that's a really important point for us.
Sure, she'll come on up and tell us about.
Thank you.
So with our bilingual programs, historically, when we look back to, I want to say, the 90s, when there were a number of programs in our district, the goal in those programs for English learners were to be taught in their first language, which the majority of the students were, well, we've only had Spanish-English programs. We also did have Khmer programs, but let me focus on the Spanish-English ones. So But in both programs, the focus was on developing primary language skills for those students that their first language was Spanish as a vehicle to access English. The difference now with our dual immersion programs and what we've learned in the last 25 to 30 years around bilingualism and biliteracy is that the goal now is bilingualism and biliteracy. We recognize that primary language instruction does support students in their acquisition of English. It does not take it away, but we're really looking at that goal of developing balanced bilinguals and not leaving Spanish behind as we develop higher levels of English. So that's a big distinction with our programs currently, but the focus still is that when our English learners enroll in our programs, it is to provide that primary language support as they are acquiring English. And we have 25 to 30 years of research that really calls out the dual immersion model as the most effective for our English learners.
And so I think to continue to answer your question, Board Member Kerr, the English learners that are, for the most part, fluent in Spanish also provide those language models for the non-native speakers that are crucial. If we started a 90-10 program, the student believes their teacher does not speak English. And so no matter what happens, if the student is crying, especially in the first couple of days of school, the teacher does not speak English to the child. And so when there are students that are fluent in Spanish and have some English, they serve as the translators as well as the language models. And so that is a priority for us. Okay. So any other questions about cost and resource analysis?
I have one question, Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes.
I don't see it on here, but I'm wondering if part of the analysis is also a consideration of, I'm just going to be blunt and say it. So we're trying to build interest in our Chavez program in downtown, increase interest at Webster, right, at Lafayette. So is there a consideration that, and I'll speak to the Spanish English dual immersion program, that if we're considering starting new programs at different schools, but then we're having challenges building the existing programs, in the case of Chavez, our newest program, how do we account for, again, considering building, developing new programs when in fact we're trying to build in the case that I mentioned, the 3 programs?
Great question. And I have a 2-part answer to that. One is we're looking, it's not listed here, but we internally are also looking geographically to support the different needs of our community. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we did for district-wide feasibility, but we are prioritizing North Long Beach, a North Long Beach program and a Lakewood program as we build our expansion plan for those same reasons. I'm not sure if Chris Itzen texted you this information as well, but we are, because I think he's the one that told you about Steve Swift.
Wow.
He said it on the mic. I didn't even have my mic on.
Sources.
Really? Okay, so basically everything that I know of here comes from someone else on the team.
But Chris
You didn't
Itzen
throw me under the bus,
know.
you threw everyone else in the room under the bus.
What Chris Itzen would have texted you had he, is that we are, our recruitment video is focusing on Chavez, Webster, and Lafayette exactly. We are filming there. We are interviewing students and parents and administrators at those sites. The Chavez administrator, the principal happens to be a parent of dual immersion, a student attending Lafayette or had previously attended Lafayette. And so that is our focus of recruitment of those 3 sites, as well as all programs. But we are hyper-focusing on those.
Mr. Itzen, why didn't I get that information texted to me?
I think we were supposed to begin on Friday filming at Chavez, but they just notified us that that's not going to be possible because it is pajama day, and we don't necessarily want pajama videos. So, but this month we are filming, and so before Education Celebration, maybe at a board meeting, we can preview those videos with you. Okay. So this cost and resource analysis criteria, I said, serve 2 purposes. One is when we meet the threshold of requests. So when a community at a school site is requesting a language program, we use this criteria. But it's also for our own internal expansion planning. And so to support those efforts, I think we've shared some of this information with you previously, is that last spring, we began our own district-wide feasibility analysis to determine where it would make sense, where the criteria fit to open our next dual immersion program. And so we began by doing an interest survey of all TK through 4 families. We reviewed the overall school enrollment, but really focusing in on those English learners. So looking at the percent of English learners enrolled at each school. We also, because it's crucial, one of the most crucial is like I don't know what comes first, the cart or the horse. We cannot have a program without teachers. We can't have a program without bilingual authorized teachers. And so we did a school by school analysis of teachers who hold a bilingual authorization, also known as the BCLAD. BCLAD is a more antiquated term, but many of us still refer to the authorization as a BCLAD. And you can receive an authorization in just about any language. You can do it in Spanish, you can do it in Khmer, you can do it in any language. And what that authorization allows you to do is to teach in a dual immersion program of that language. So because we prioritize not displacing teachers, it was important for us to know where our BCLAD teachers are. And because I know some of you are thinking about this question, we have 196 teachers with a Spanish BCLAD teaching outside of a dual immersion program. So this does not include teachers already teaching in a dual immersion program. Doesn't mean they all want to teach in a dual immersion program, because teaching in a dual immersion program is difficult work. It requires additional planning. And so it's not, and although they hold a bilingual authorization, sometimes they don't feel confident in their Spanish skills or their language skills. So it doesn't mean they're all going to be ready to teach. So what this information then led us to is a further study of several schools. And I've told you some of the things that we prioritized, which include Lakewood and North Long Beach. And so with the support of Dr. Baker and the elementary office, we will begin community outreach at those sites. We've already begun some facilities walks. We've already walked one site to determine whether the site has room to grow, because if we're growing by 2 classes per grade per year. And so that's important. That's one of the feasibility criteria, is space to grow. And what Prop 58 also reminds us how important it is to consult with our District English Language Advisory Committee as well as our site ELAC committees, because this is a program to support English learners. Their consultation and input is important. And I am not going to share what those schools are just yet, because it's important to communicate with the school community first and prepare them for the process. But so I'm going to stop here. Questions about the district-wide feasibility analysis? What we hope it yields is an expansion plan that we can share with you that isn't just about next year, but really about subsequent years as well.
So you were absolutely correct in jumping and letting us know about how many Spanish-speaking teachers with the BCLAD. But I was also curious to know, because we were also thinking about other languages. Or do we have teachers in the district who are certified in other languages than Spanish?
We do. We have 2 teachers. That's 2 in the whole district that are have a BCLAD in Khmer.
Okay.
And one in, I want to say, Chinese, and I'm only looking at elementary teachers just so I can,
Right.
because you have to have a multiple subject credential and the BCLAD. There's another language, I'm going to look it up for you. I have it in a document that's on my computer.
Okay. And second is, can you speak to the process of getting the BCLAD? I'm unfamiliar, so if you can.
I'm actually going to have Dr. Grimald, who used to teach in a program at Loyola Marymount to prepare teachers for the BCLAD, tell us about that.
Oh, okay, great.
In my former life, I was director of bilingual programs at Loyola Marymount University and oversaw their Spanish bilingual teacher program and their Mandarin program.
Okay.
So candidates have 2 options. They can either go the route of pursuing their base credential, their multiple subjects credential, or the single subjects credential, and then also participate in the courses that would add the bilingual authorization. So we're used to calling it the BCLAD, but back when it was the BCLAD, that was a standalone credential. We had the CLAD and we had the BCLAD. But then the CTC changed it, and we still call it the BCLAD, but it's really an authorization now, because now you pursue either a multiple subjects or a single subject, and then you can add the bilingual authorization. So what that means typically in programs is that you take 2 or 3 more classes, and you have to pass the language test for the Spanish language test, which is the test number 3, which is the one that tests listening, speaking, reading, and writing. It's offered in multiple languages. If you go to their website, you can see the list of languages that it's offered in. That's one route. The other route is through test. So if you take their tests, which is test 3, 4, and 5, which is a language test, a culture test, and a methodology test, and you pass all 3 tests, you can also add the authorization to your base credential. And then the third way is that we probably also have teachers in our district who are fluent in Spanish or Khmer, who didn't pursue the authorization 10, 15 years ago, because under Prop 227, there weren't as many bilingual programs and options to teach in a bilingual setting. And some of our teachers may have chosen not to pursue a bilingual authorization, and many universities closed down their programs because of that. So if you currently hold a multiple or single subject credential and would like to add the authorization, universities offer a bilingual certificate program, and Long Beach State has such a program, as does LMU, or you can go the route of taking the test. So there's different options for being able to add it to your credential.
Right, and I'm thinking about this for David's office in particular, and how we could grow the amount of teachers that we have with this credential here. Just curious, I know you're not the representative here of all things be glad, but I'm curious, how long do you think that process usually takes?
If you wanted to add the credential, for example?
Yeah, either if you just took the test, or if you went the other route and went to Long Beach State.
Well, it's quicker to take the test. You sign up for the test and take it if you pass it the first time. Mm-hmm. What I've heard from students that I know that have taken the test, they end up opting for the courses because the tests are hard to pass, except for the fluency test. That one's easy to pass, but the culture and the methodology test is harder to pass. And I always recommend that they take the courses, because I think that you learn a lot more about how to become an effective bilingual educator by taking the courses. The courses are usually offered either, you can complete coursework plus the test, I would say, in 1 academic year.
Okay, good. Thank you.
But you do bring up a good point of one of the barriers to opening programs are the bilingual authorized teachers. And so because we are currently growing 2 programs, we're growing Bixby and Chavez, which means every year we're adding 2 additional teachers to teaching staff, it does become and it does become a little bit of a struggle. And Mr. Zaid can speak more of that. But I think last year we hired 7, and it was kind of like down to the wire of finding them. And so it's something that we also, one of our goals is to continue that outreach with the universities, to partner with them, start recruiting early from the university, possibly even partnering with them to support current LBUSD teachers that might want to pursue their BCLAD. We currently pay for any assessment, or I think also classes. Do we pay for classes as well? I have to follow up with that. But we definitely do support them financially if they are wanting to pursue that. Okay.
Before you move on, this is another one of those systems that I want to acknowledge has been developed with a lot of time spent in collaboration with several offices, but to do a district feasibility analysis is not a small task. And so again, you're hearing the outcome of a very intentional, a team that has been very intentional, and it's not a system that existed before. And so they have worked really hard over the last year. Dr. Hale, Angie, and the new multilingual office, the level offices as well. So just really want to affirm you all for getting so intentional about the system that you've developed, so that you're not just responding either based on a person's interest or non-interest, and that the community knows that there's a really specific process to go through that helps us to make an informed decision.
Thank you. Yeah, and that was part of the flyer and really being clear with our process. And the next step will be that sharing that expansion plan with the community. So they do know that there is intentional plans for expanding. Okay, so I am going to
Can
now.
I interrupt before you go on?
Yes.
Just one little thing, because you're talking about engaging with the community. Would it be appropriate to invite the board member, if the representing board member would like to participate or just be present for that community meeting? I know you're not naming schools right now, but you did mention Lakewood and North Long Beach, so
That
I
is
know
a-
that's at least two of us.
That's a wonderful idea, and I'll be sure that we do that. Okay. So I would love to have Dareth come on up here and join me. I've told you a little bit about Dareth, right? So Dareth Ung is a member, yes, the only one in the state who holds a single subject teaching credential in Khmer. And so he is our local treasure. We definitely need to start thinking about recruitment, though, because although he looks like he's 20, I don't know how long Dareth is gonna stick around. So,
Angie, you're on a roll today. Wow. She just called you
happens,
old,
I know.
Mr.
It happens as soon as I get comfortable. Dareth is with OCIPD 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time, he is a member of the World Language Department at Wilson High School, teaching the only Khmer for Khmer speakers courses offered in the district. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Dareth Ung.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Good afternoon, Superintendent Dr. Baker. Good afternoon, members of the Assistant Superintendent and everyone else in attendance. My name is Dareth Ung. I am a teacher on special assignment. I am 50% at Wilson High School, just like Angela tell, and 50% teaching Khmer for Khmer speakers. It is the only program in our district, and perhaps the only program in the state of California. And I am 50% with OCIPD, coordinating Title III program and assisting with Khmer language program. I began my career with Long Beach Unified School District 20 years ago in 1995 as a school community worker at Lincoln Elementary. So in 1997, I joined then the Palms office, which is now part of OCIPD. And I was asked to share a little bit of my background. So I would like to take a few minutes. I hope I will not bore you because it's a long day for everyone. I'm certain that you all have heard a similar story, but while they are similar, everyone's story is unique. And I would like to just take a few minutes to share my own. On April 17, 1975, when I was 11 years old, Cambodia fell under the control of the Khmer Rouge. All city dwellers were forced out of their home to the countryside and forced to do hard labor. Cities were shut down, education was abolished, and all form of civilized ways of life was abolished. Educated people, including teachers, college students, doctors, engineers, and anyone deemed educated were killed. I am very fortunate that my father, who was educated, was able to stay alive because he misled the Khmer Rouge into believing that he had no education. However, two of my older brothers were killed, who were college students. I witnessed that when my cousin and my uncle were led away by the Khmer Rouge, a soldier, and never to be seen again. I myself was taken to a children's labor camp and was forced to work in a field of hard labor, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, with little food. I was starved and to stay alive, I had to scavenge for scrap of food among the animals while being careful not to be seen because looking for food was forbidden. I got caught many times and was subjected to cruel and harsh punishment. One time, the Khmer Rouge guard took me to the field and told me to dig a hole of 2 feet wide and 5 feet long, and told me to kneel down. He took the shovel which I used to dig the hole, put it at the back on my head, and said, I am going to kill you. I was frightened beyond what can say. However, I did not beg for him to kill me, because there was a voice at the time that was telling me, it is okay, it's going to be all right. It's better off dead than to live in like this. I just closed my eyes and wait for him to hit me. As he raised the shovel, I just pray. He then hit very hard, not at the back of my head, but at the soil beside me, as if he was trying to scare me to death, and told me not to ever get caught stealing food again. Now, many children died because of starvation and illness, because there were no medicine, there were no doctors and nurses to treat them. In early 1979, the Khmer Rouge regime ended with the invasion of Vietnam. In 1980, my family escaped to refugee camp in Thailand because Cambodia was still at war. In April 1982, we were accepted as refugees to Canada. My education was interrupted when I was 11 years old and resumed when I was 18. After I arrived in Canada, for 7 years, I missed the most crucial period of child development. In 1985, after 3 years of adult school in Canada, I entered college full-time. My first semester in college was a disaster. I failed 5 out of the 6 courses. The only course I passed was badminton, PE, and I got a D for that. Yes, so it was a great challenge for me. Anyways, it took me 5 years to finish a 3 years program. In 1992, I came to California and began my career with Long Beach Unified School District in 95 as a school community worker, while pursuing my master's and teaching credential in the evening and during the weekend. I obtained my clear single subject teaching credential in 2010. So this is a very quick and brief summary of my background. Thank you for the opportunity and for your patience. And are there any questions I can answer? You can.
Mr. Ong, first off, I want to thank you so much for sharing your story. And as a part of that, to share how proud we are that, one, you're a part of our district for all these years, but secondly, that you represent what our district values, right? Which is that by sharing this with us here today, you're lifting up the value around inclusion, diversity, multiculturalism, and there's also an acknowledgement there, right, because of the communities that we serve, not just Cambodian communities, but our immigrant communities, our refugee communities, our marginalized communities that have experienced so much trauma. So I just want to thank you, for you sharing that with us, but also reflect that you represent the best of what we value here in this district.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I don't know if my colleagues here want to share any other thoughts or words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, and I'm proud to be part of Long Beach Unified School District.
Thank you, Mr. Ong.
Thank you. And next, I would like to share an update on our work in developing a Khmer language program at Whittier Elementary. Dr. Olga Grimmel will share more in depth later on. So far, we have held 3 community meetings, and the latest one was last week on October 27. In fact, we held 2 meetings that day. The first meeting was in person at Whittier. We held a second meeting, scheduled meeting via Zoom in the afternoon at 4 p.m. There were 24 participants, including board member Dr. Benitez, who joined us. There were several parents whom I know personally that joined the meeting. The idea of the meeting was to inform the community of our plan, to explain the program option, to show that we are committed in developing the program, and to generate community interest, and to answer questions they might have. And now I would like to turn over to Dr. Olga Grimal, who will talk more in depth about the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dareth. So as Dareth shared, we had our first community meeting that was focused with Whittier. The prior meetings were with the Khmer Parent Association members, who we met with a few times, and then we met with the Whittier community directly last week. And in terms of looking for interest in our Khmer programs and even in our Spanish dual language programs, we know that it's important to reach out to the community. And the meeting that we conducted at Whittier is one of several that we are planning with their principal, David Jesperson. So I think we can go on. Oh, I have the thing. I'm like, who's manning the slides? So when we think about the development of a Khmer language program, we know that 2 of the greatest challenges to developing the program, one is identification of teachers that we just talked about, the different paths that teachers can take to get the proper authorization. Teachers that teach in a dual immersion classroom must have the bilingual authorization in order to teach in that setting, which is a good thing because we want teachers with high levels of fluency, and that's essential so that we can really address all the domains of language when we're teaching in the program. Currently, as Angie shared with you, we do have 2 teachers in the district. Several of our former Khmer teachers have retired, and currently there are 2 that hold a multiple subjects credential with the authorization. And as you know, Dareth is the only one who holds a single subject credential in Khmer. So ideally, we're looking at identifying 2 teachers per grade level, or as we grow the program. When you begin a language program, you begin typically a kindergarten with 2 classrooms, which is ideal. And then each year you add a grade. So we don't need 12 teachers right up front, but you do eventually need to know that you can have a pool of teachers to pull from as we start to grow our program. The other area that poses a challenge is the development of Common Core aligned curriculum in Khmer and appropriate assessments in Khmer as well. So we're lucky that we have Dareth with us in the Multilingual Services Office, that he can support us in that task. And then just the beginning of starting to collaborate and identifying different publishers that we can reach out to in terms of identifying materials that are in Khmer, and again, looking for things that are of quality. So just a little more information about the teaching credential. Angie mentioned also that Long Beach would pay for the teachers to take the test. We're going to look into the coursework. The one thing that I recently learned that was really exciting is that Cal State Fullerton has started a Khmer teacher certification program. So meaning that they're offering the bilingual authorization via coursework at their university. I'm going to venture to say they're the only one in the state that has such a program, and it's something that just launched. I'm also collaborating, and our office is collaborating with Cal State Long Beach. I've reached out to their teacher ed department, and I am in the process of scheduling a meeting with Professor Fei Shen in their teacher ed department to talk about how we can collaborate with Cal State Long Beach as well. And then I'll also be reaching out to the Director of Bilingual Programs at Fullerton now that they have a program. So that part was exciting, just in knowing that there is now a place where we can start collaborating with them in terms of creating that teacher pipeline, which is one of the areas that, as we've mentioned, that if we don't have teachers, we can't start a program. So it's one of those critical areas that we need to work with. I think we've already covered all of that. And in terms of our next steps, the phase that we're in right now in the development of the program is, as I've mentioned, creating a teacher pipeline, identifying curriculum that we would use in the program, and then continuing that community engagement. We know that that is a big part of our work, is continuing to have meetings. The next meeting that we're scheduling with the principal at Whittier would be to open. So this last one, we focused on the Whittier community. The next one, we want to open it up to the community, for example, in the Lincoln area and other schools, just to kind of widen that out so our community knows that through our school of choice process, that program is also an option for them. So it's a lot of that community outreach and just informing our community of the program. And we also know, in my experience with our Spanish bilingual programs with our Latinx communities, is the importance of that outreach and talking directly to the community about the importance of being bilingual and biliterate, because many times the families, they're grateful that we're developing English for their students and aren't as focused as, the idea of becoming bilingual, biliterate. And so, Dr. Benitez, just to say, in terms of the efforts at Chavez and at Webster and Lafayette, our office is also collaborating with the principals of those schools to have more meetings of that kind with their own school community. And that goes across all of our dual immersion programs in terms of, for two things: one, for recruitment purposes, and the other to inform parents of the program that they've signed their child up to, because sometimes there's the excitement of, yes, I want a bilingual program, and especially in our 90-10 model, they may not fully understand what they've signed up for, and so it's important that yearly we're having these meetings at our sites. And I'm going to speak now to some of the work that we've been doing around our English learner supports, but before I move on to that, I just wanted to add, I was here during the presentation around iReady, and I just wanted to let everyone know that with our dual immersion programs, we're also testing or using iReady in Spanish for Spanish language arts and also for math. So some of our sites that are teaching math in Spanish, they have selected Spanish as their language for the math assessment, and then all of our dual immersion sites will be testing with Spanish language arts so that we can start measuring biliteracy in our programs. So I wanted to add that
and
bit of information.
To be clear on that too, that's not the ELA reading test translated into Spanish. It is a Spanish reading test. So it's very specialized, and it will start in the February assessment window.
Can I ask one quick question before we move on? You were talking about the community engagement piece, and you were talking about community meetings that have been hosted at or will be hosted at Whittier or neighboring schools, and then you said community events. Can you elaborate on that?
So our office is also planning on collaborating, like with Dr. Benitez. I know in our last meeting we talked about the need to also reach out and participate in community events, not just community meetings where we're asking the community to come to us. So that's an area that we are looking into who we can collaborate with so that they can let us know about those meetings. And Dareth is also someone in our office because he's obviously very well connected with the community, so that we can make those connections and we can go out to those events and either have a table or do a presentation at those events as well.
Right.
So it's just looking at all those opportunities where we can talk to the community.
Got it. Like partnering with organizations like UCC or KJA, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
Okay, good. All right, that was all I had.
And then just a quick clarification, I know you're talking about Whittier, but we do have a Khmer-speaking community in North Long Beach as well. It's probably the second part of town where we have a strong community. And some of them may have transportation to make that choice. So is there a way to target, my guess is Hart Elementary mostly, but that part of North Long Beach, because they do have a high Spanish or a high Khmer-speaking population as well. And just giving them the opportunity that if they have transportation, this might be a program they may be interested in.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. What was interesting about the Whittier meeting we had last week is that we held an in-person meeting in the morning with very low attendance, but then the Zoom meeting was pretty well attended. So when I spoke to the principal, I said, it looks like Zoom might be a good way to go. And so that opens it up to families everywhere to be able to participate from our district. So that was good to see. Okay, English learner supports. So some updates on the work that we've been engaging in. We have our fall professional development coming up next week. We start with our elementary schools. It's our fall instructional leadership team, our ILT professional development. And part of that offering next week, we will be addressing English learner supports. And the areas that we'll be looking at is using the LPAC to identify student strengths and challenges. We're going to be zeroing in on integrated and designated ELD, both in elementary and secondary, and then just identifying those language supports when we're planning ELD across the curriculum. So in our summer equity series, we did an introduction of all of these areas, and particularly designated and integrated ELD. And so this is our next step in terms of moving forward and having full implementation at our sites. So we have got that going on. The other area that we're working on in our office is creating a tool that is similar to the observational protocol for teaching for teachers of English learners, the OPTEL. And this is a tool that's being developed by the CDE, and it's an observational monitoring tool for English learners. And the implementation date for this tool is the 23-24 school year. And so we don't want to wait until then to have a monitoring tool. So our office is looking at developing a tool that we can start implementing in January, so we can start that process of monitoring our students' progress with English proficiency. And by the time the OPTEL comes around, and then that will be the tool that we will be required to use, we have already engaged in that process here in our district. The other piece of information about the OPTEL is that it is one of the items. Item 2, I think it was, Martha. I know you're more versed with the redesignation criteria for our students. So just moving towards that and ensuring that we're not waiting till 23-24 to start monitoring the progress of our English learners, and we're working on something now that we can start implementing sooner than later. The other areas that we're working on for supporting our students, we've been engaged in a lot of content area office collaboration, working across the math, science, history office and our special education offices to ensure that within their unit guides that they're creating in their curriculum, that we are calling out specific supports for our English learners and opportunities for designated and integrated ELD. So that is work that we have been engaged in since the beginning of the year, and that will continue. And one of our areas of focus when we do that work across the content is in focusing on our long-term English learners and identifying through those unit guides how we can support all of our students, but in particular looking at our long-term English learners who we know tend to fall out in the areas of academic language as they move into the upper grades. And then we're continuously offering office hours and holding office hours to support our teachers across our district, elementary, middle, and high school, and through dual immersion and through our English learner support, and supporting our teachers who are teaching their beginning ELD curriculum, and supporting sites with our newcomer students. Those are some of the highest number of calls that we receive are from sites asking for support for newcomer students. I think the next one is you. Yes. And so Martha's going to continue and share about some of the work we've been doing around newcomers. I didn't know if we wanted to stop for a moment for any questions on the few slides that I just presented. No? Okay. So Martha will continue.
Thank you, Olga. I will continue to share other programs and services that our office has been working on as it pertains to English learner services. I would like to draw your attention to our new slide. Another group of students that we have been focusing on are our newcomer students. Newcomer students are identified as a foreign-born student who has arrived in the United States within the last 18 months and who has not enrolled in a U.S. school. Newcomer students come from many different countries and diverse cultural backgrounds. Our students here in our district speak many languages. The majority of our newcomer students speak primarily Spanish. However, we do have newcomer students that speak Russian, Arabic, Vietnamese, Khmer, and other European languages. I'd like to share with you some numbers. Since our pandemic of March 2020, our closures, we have enrolled 292 newcomer students in our elementary sites, 57 middle school, and 113 in our high school. That's a total of 462 newcomers since our closures of March 2020. As Dr. Grimal previously mentioned, our office will continue to address the needs of English learners, including our newcomers, by providing professional development and resources during our instructional leadership teams, meetings, and trainings. In addition to their ILTs, our office has developed a newcomer course curriculum to address the specific academic needs. This newcomer support class will be led by our OCIPD multilingual staff. First, we're going to offer this new class to our middle school students via Zoom twice a week during a zero period for approximately 45-minute session at their respective schools. In addition to this newly designed curriculum, we have also built a parent engagement component. We will be providing an orientation to the parents whose middle school students are participating in this newcomer class. We will be providing an orientation to inform them about the course and how this course will meet the academic needs of their newcomer students. In addition to the parent orientation, we will also be meeting with parents 3 to 6 times during the course. This is a course that is designed for 24 weeks, so that's going to take us to almost close to the end of the school year. And we will be sharing pre and post data assessment after each 8-week cycle to inform to inform the parent about their children's progress. This curriculum is aligned to our state English language development standards. As I previously mentioned, it will run for 24 weeks. And the way that we designed this curriculum is that we've broken it down into 3 cycles. Each cycle is for 8 weeks. That's why it's a 24-week period cycle. And we have used the ELD standards to align us with this curriculum. So the first cycle is going to address foundational skills that are very important for our newcomer students. The second cycle is where our newcomer students will be actively engaged in interacting through oral collaborative conversations. And the last cycle will address how English language works for our newcomers. In other words, understanding those text structures and grammar structures that exist in the English language. We are happy to inform that we will be launching our middle school support class next week on Tuesday, November the 9th. So we'll be very excited to, in the future, come and share some important data regarding our new newcomer support class. In addition to meeting their academic needs, we are also addressing their social emotional needs by developing a newcomer ambassador program pilot. It will be launched at 4 high schools. Currently we have Cabrillo, Jordan, Poly, and Wilson, and possibly Renaissance. And the purpose of this program is to ensure a welcoming and nurturing environment for our students and their parents. It will also contain a very specific orientation for them, as we know that newcomer students navigate a different landscape, so we need to make sure that we address their needs. We are really excited to launch this program. Our office will be gathering input from these participating sites, from newcomer students and their ambassadors, as we evaluate the program in hopes that we can replicate this program in other school sites in the future. The day-to-day protocols that we follow in our schools, sometimes we can take for granted, but this is not the case for our newcomer students, who may be dealing with possible social-emotional traumas, coming to a new country, maybe not knowing the language, or even just experiencing that cultural shock. Hence, the need to develop these programs and services to meet their needs is of utmost importance. Furthermore, our office has been working on developing a district-wide newcomer protocol for schools to implement. This protocol is meant to be used as a common framework across our schools when welcoming new families to the United States and who are in our district. It will include resources for parents and students and important information about our district and their respective school sites. Let me catch a breath. Our office is also providing school-based support services. Our staff has been going out to many school sites and meeting with administrators, counselors, and teachers, and have been providing a personalized support to sites for those sites that have a large number of newcomers. In addition, I hire college student aides to provide primary language support for our newcomers. We want to make sure that due to their language barrier, they're still accessing our core curriculum. So we hire college aides to provide that support. We currently have college aides providing support in Spanish, Arabic, and Vietnamese. We value our key stakeholders, our newcomer parents and students, and our office will be scheduling 3 newcomer parent-student forums during the course of the year to gather feedback and input on programs and services for our newcomer students. At our last board workshop presentation in August, we shared with you one of our focus priorities, aside from meeting the needs of our EL learners, was the importance of our homeschool connection. A step in that direction is to engage our EL parents in their ELAC committees at their school sites. Therefore, our office has developed an English Learner Advisory Committee resource guide, which includes tools to support and maintain an active and engaging ELAC committee. It includes best practices, timelines, and talking points for compliance purposes. This guide has been distributed to all school sites, and it's available in English, Spanish, and Khmer. Another way in which our office is creating engagement for our EL parents is we are providing guidance and support throughout the year. I have personally visited many sites throughout the district in the last month and helping them form their ELAC committees, as well as attending their ELAC committees for support. Additional supports that our office has engaged in: as the coordinator for the District English Learner Advisory Committee, known as DLAC, we have held 2 meetings thus far, and I'm happy to report that our EL parents continue to be actively engaged as they receive pertinent information and provide valuable feedback as to programs and services to meet the needs of their children. Next, in collaboration with the state and federal program office, Mr. Tsai and I have met with our newly assigned principals and with principals who have recently become new to Title I funding. We have provided guidance and support to ensure federal compliance. I have specifically provided support as it pertains to EL services through Title I funding. Finally, I have provided one-on-one principal site support for those sites undergoing federal program monitoring by the California Department of Education this school year. 8 sites have been selected. So you might be asking, what is FPM? FPM, as I mentioned, is a federal program monitoring, and this occurs when schools, districts, or county offices receive federal funding for certain programs and may be chosen, which we're chosen a lot, every 2 years, for a state review to ensure that funds are being used as required by law. So the U.S. Department of Education monitors the states, being the California Department of Ed, and then the CDE then monitors the districts on behalf of the U.S. Education Department. I have met with these principals to discuss the review process and the documentation I will be reviewing to submit to the CDE. I will continue to provide guidance and support through mid-March. Our site visit is scheduled around spring. And I will just be working with these 8 sites to provide that monitoring for them. So this is a lot. We've been together for 10 weeks. So we wanted to bring an update of what we've done. And we understand there's work to be done. But in spite of it all, I would like to recognize the dedication that has been invested by our hardworking staff in the multilingual office, who have collectively worked to meet our EL students and their families. I'd like to thank Terry Hauser, who heads our World Language Division. I'd like to thank Mr. Darathong and Yvette McAllister, who support our dual immersion programs, David Noyes and Dr. Sandra Velasco, who also support me in the EL services. And I want to thank you, board members, Superintendent Baker, and executive staff for allowing us this opportunity to share our updates from our multilingual office. So I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions, colleagues?
Well, more of a shout out. I know you left by the time we finished this presentation in August, and I just wanted to reiterate my gratitude and thanks for the entire team that you just mentioned, but especially your work with our English language learners and their families. You talked a lot about compliance because obviously there is an audit type compliance thing coming up, but my experience of the work that you've done is that you've created an incredible community of advocates. You teach, you support, you encourage, you come to us with suggestions, or they come to us with suggestions that you helped them formulate. So I just want to thank you to your face to say thank you for creating community for a really important segment of our population and of our families, and helping them be heard and their voices uplifted in this space and other spaces. And I know in the before times that your meetings were not just about compliance and work, but they were around community building and breaking bread and really valuing each other as community and leaning on each other. So thank you for all of that hard work, and to the entire multilingual office team. You've had an incredible couple of months of work, and I am really grateful.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr.
Any other thoughts, colleagues? I'm going to ask a question similar to the one I did this morning with our with Dr. Simon, and it's really within the context of, we know that one of the groups of students that has been struggling pre-pandemic, but now more so with our iReady data, and I'm making an assumption about this, Mr. Brown, are our ELs, and particularly our long-term ELs. So you just spoke to, I wrote it down, over 400 newcomers to our district. So this is to the team. So sort of walk us through newcomer arrives in Long Beach during a pandemic. Do they go into, do they get assigned a classroom? Like, sort of walk us through that experience of these 400 plus newcomers, because there's also those students that are 5 years in through our EL programming and have yet to be reclassified. At the same time that we're lifting up and promoting our appreciation for multilingualism and dual language immersion. So there's two questions there. One is kind of walk us through the scenario of a newcomer vis-a-vis a student that's been here 5 years and has yet to be reclassified. And then the juxtaposition with, lifting up that our appreciation for language and multiculturalism is there, but at the same time, the students that are most struggling, among the students that are most struggling, is our English learners.
Yes, for our newcomer, or identifying our newcomers, what normally happens is that when they're enrolled, they most likely call our multilingual office so we can provide them support. One of those supports is to provide that primary language support, because we want to make sure that a language barrier does not impede their access to the core curriculum. That's one. The other is that our staff is going out to school sites, conducting personal visits, Zoom meetings with their teachers to really give them the resources and provide them guidance as to how they're going to help our newcomer students. That is one of the reasons why we created this new curriculum for our middle school, but it is our hope that we will continue to be engaged with our elementary office and with our high school office, so we can continue to create those course curriculum that is very specific to the needs of our newcomer students. So we are in that work of addressing their academic needs. So as I said, we have been going out to school sites during our office hours, really providing that guidance of instruction to how to best meet the supports for our newcomer students. So we are addressing those issues.
And my question, so thank you for that. My question is, do you feel you have everything you need on your end in terms of staffing, resources? And this is actually, I'm going to open it up to Dr. Lund and Dr. Camarino. We had that brief conversation about our ELs right at the middle school, high school level. So I would just open it up in terms of, are you in a place right now where you feel, we're good in terms of broadband to address sort of these two things that are going on? One is the challenges that our emerging bilinguals are facing, are long-term English learners, and now with 400 plus newcomers in this last year. And again, open to any and all of the folks here.
I can add on one piece as it relates to our newcomers in the middle school. We offer newcomer courses where there's a large clustering of students in a particular school. Hamilton, Franklin, Washington, generally fall into a category where they have a large number of newcomers and they can offer a course and build it into their master schedule. What I appreciate about our collaboration with OCIPD and the offering of this course is this is a course that we're offering to schools that typically don't have enough students to trigger an entire course. You might have 2 students at Stanford, 3 students at Nelson. So what we're doing is we're pulling students across school sites and utilizing our experience last year teaching online to really offer, a newcomer program that we've never been able to offer before. So we're thankful to obviously OCIPD for developing the course and for providing the staffing. I guess I would say if you're asking what probably some additional staffing could help. We're leveraging a position that wasn't necessarily created for this particular course as a 0 period in addition to. But like I said, it's a good pilot this year to see how this actually works out, but that could be something that we could leverage further. But for the first time, we're actually meeting the needs of newcomers in schools where there's a small number, where typically they would have to rely on some outside program, Rosetta Stone or something like that, which lacks that sort of individual personal attention that you'll get within a course. To your second question around long-term English learners, I think that's probably a much more complicated answer, and I'll probably open it up to others to really help address that issue from a curriculum standpoint. And obviously founded upon the fact that we know that our successful English learners have reclassified. So it's not that all English learners are designated long-term. It's the students who have not met the criteria to reclassify that are still in that category that require special attention and programming and support. So That typically falls back on our more traditional intervention measures at the school site. There's probably a tier 1 component to that in terms of scaffolding that occurs within the regular classroom, the designated and supports that are, designated ELD that can be incorporated into that instruction, but it can also be the tier 2 and tier 3 sort of supports that the school site might already offer that might be more targeted to those long-term English learners.
Thank you, Dr. Lund. And does that also speak to the framing around learning acceleration versus remediation, right? Because if we're thinking remediation for a student that's been here 4 or 5 years, something's off, right? If we're going to give them, if they're below 3+ grade levels, right? That's, I think, where the iReady 4th additional component, Dr. Kale, would give us an opportunity here to try new things with these students. Am I understanding that part?
Yes.
Correctly? Okay.
And something we're excited about is as we're learning more about iReady, we're excited to explore what iReady can tell us about our long-term English learners and where those barriers to reclassification are, so that we can get better at addressing those specific needs. Dr. Lund alluded to several forms of scaffolding. Scaffolding happens in that tier 1, that first good instruction is where those effective scaffolds happen. And a very important part of tier 1 instruction for English learners is that designated and integrated ELD, which addresses those holes or those Jenga holes, right? And that typically are around language. So when we talk about remediation and or acceleration for a 4th grader whose data, iReady data might tell us that there are some gaps in foundational reading skills that include phonics, then that's the instruction they receive. It doesn't mean they don't receive the grade level instruction, but they do receive that instruction, although it's not a regular part of a 4th grade English or literacy curriculum. Those foundational reading skills are needed in order to access the grade level curriculum. So that hole to the Jenga tower needs to be filled, and if it happens to be foundational reading skills, then that's what it should be. But that's where integrated and designated ELD comes into play.
Thank you for that.
May I add one more piece to that? Going to your other point around language access and exposure to second languages, we've been expanding access to electives at the middle school level in particular, so that more students are taking a second language than have ever taken before. We're at rough 1,300 students right now in the middle school that are taking a language, which obviously gives them a leg up for high school as well in terms of A to G requirements. In addition, we're expanding intervention courses, but we're trying to do so not at the expense of an elective.
Sure.
So as this newcomer course alluded to, a 0-period sort of course is something that we've been offering across our sites, using our ESSER funds to really supplement intervention courses before school, so that, once again, it does not come at the expense of the one elective they traditionally have in a middle school, but yet still providing additional support in mathematics or in language.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And again, I think clearly we support dual immersion here, but the context is, for me, that we have a lot of interest, and we talked about transportation, right? How do we sort of accommodate our Cambodian population in North Long Beach that may not just be physically able to show up for these community engagement meetings? We have multiple dual immersion programs in our district, yet folks want to go to, and I understand why, Patrick Henry and now Bixby, right? So that's where my question was coming from in terms of Chavez, Webster, Lafayette. And again, I don't want to just keep dwelling on the big elephant in the room. There are folks that would choose not to go to Webster or Chavez if they don't get into Patrick Henry or Bixby at this point. So I don't want to lose sight that, yes, let's expand dual immersion. Let's offer the highest quality dual immersion. But there is this juxtaposition of, I want to go to that dual immersion program, right? So I think that's where engaging our communities, dismantling perceptions about those neighborhoods and those schools, and incentivizing families in Central Long Beach and in downtown that they have dual immersion programs right in our own backyards in those areas. Right? So I'm speaking to that piece of it. So thank you for the information today. And if anyone wants to add anything more to that, I'm all ears right into what we can do to address that scenario.
Yeah, and I think you tell the story of a population, and what we're trying to do is change the narrative of what dual immersion is and who it serves. And so it's recruiting within the Chavez community, recruiting within the Webster community, recruiting within the Lafayette community to increase our number of students in dual immersion. Not necessarily, we're no match to change other people's perceptions of the neighborhoods unnecessarily, but we can definitely do a better job of recruiting and change the narrative for students within that neighborhood, those neighborhoods within Central Long Beach.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Anything else before we transition to our board governance and development? I just saw we got some binders here, Dr. Baker. Okay, so let's jump right in then.
Okay, so yes, Dr. Benitez, each of you has a binder of reference materials, some of which will be familiar to you and a couple of them are new documents for today. And so today is an opportunity to do 3 things, and we'll do this as an entire governance team, meaning that all 5 of you and I will participate, and we'll have staff interact with any questions that we want to include them in. So 3 things for today. The first is that I'm just going to do a brief review of what student outcome focused governance is and just remind us collectively a little bit about the journey that we've been on. We have before you in your binder, you have the revised board handbook. Before it goes into its pretty format, I'm going to take you for a walk through the revisions that have been made to that handbook, through subcommittee work that you all did, through our work with the Council of Great City Schools, through a legal review of some of those aspects of our handbook. And it's been put into a final-ish form for you to review today. And then Dr. Benitez is going to kick off this conversation about community visioning and the sessions that we want to have coming up. That's a lead into our strategic planning process. And so actually it's a perfect way to end the day today after all the discussion about teaching and learning and our students' wellness, the iReady data, talking about a multilingual office and the aspirations that we have for our students, to circle back to what it means to be an effective governance team for all of us. And so I think as you think about the governance work, let's think about our students and that lens that we were looking through the data to think about. So what is student outcome focused governance? I promise you I'm not going to read everything that's on this slide, but just to summarize, student outcome focused governance is a dedication to spending time thinking more about the outcomes of students than about the adults or the processes that a board has to address in its board meetings. And in a moment, I'll pause because we have Ms. Kirsch has taken a course in this. Dr. Benitez has been hard at work with the Council of Great City Schools. And so there's more to say about this, but I think this quote sums it up. This comes right out of a guidance document from the Council of Great City Schools. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, or said differently, when placed in the context of governing, patterns of behavior that are exhibited in the boardroom can reasonably be expected to be found paralleled in the classroom. I love that connection, that what we do in this room is a parallel to what happens in classrooms. What we focus on is what provides value for teachers, reinforces and affirms them for the work that they do, and also helps the system to be very focused. And so when we were in the big transition of superintendent, preparing to onboard 2 new board members after almost 2 decades of service by each of those board members, this was an opportunity for us to think about what board governance looks like in the district going forward. And so in this journey, we engaged the Council of Great City Schools, who has expertise in working with board governance teams as consultants. You'll remember just in that journey last October, so we're just past the 1-year mark of having AJ Crabhill and Monica Haloma come in and do some aspiration setting. One of the first things that I remember, that I bet you'll remember, is AJ asked, what are the board's goals? Okay, and that was a moment to really think about from a board perspective, what are the goals? Mr. Otto, you were sitting as an observer in the room. I can remember before you were even on the board, you were watching to see what does an effective board team do. From there was a conversation about a self-assessment. That document, the student outcomes focused government, is behind the PowerPoint slides if you want to be reminded of what those categories are that we did a self-assessment on at the time. We're not going to look at the self-assessment today, but it covered vision and goals, the board, values and guardrails, monitoring and accountability, communication and collaboration, unity and trust, and continuous improvement. And so with this thinking about board goals and student outcome focused governance, this was a way that we began. So just as a quick review, the next slide that you have is just a reminder, when you think about student outcome focused governance, what are board goals? And again, not going to read this, but in summary, when in studying student outcome focused governance, it requires clarity about the board's goals. So not the staff goal, not the superintendent goals, not necessarily the strategic plan, but the board's goals. And we've been talking about that for the last year and thinking, what would that look like? And getting ready to have a set of goals that are the board's goals, that define the community vision that you all represent as elected board members, that establish the district's top priorities, and that focus the board meeting agenda. So they exist for several purposes, especially that community vision, but also to focus that 50% of time of a meeting to aim to focus the meeting in that direction around student outcomes. And lastly, before I pause, in this work, there's this term guardrails. And a guardrail in the work of student outcome focused governance is that it describes a single operational action or class of actions that staff may or may not use in pursuit of the goals. And in simplest form, they sound like the superintendent will use growth data to monitor student progress. The superintendent will prioritize students with greatest needs. So it's not the how something will be done, but you're literally, if you think about driving down a road, you're literally providing that oversight and the guardrails to say things that are outside of the boundaries of how we'll do our work in the district, or that you'd like to see the district head in terms of the guardrails that you want to set for this work. So let me pause there, and Dr. Benitez, want to invite you, Ms. Kerr, you are in a course that is studying this, and just kind of do a conversation about our journey and student outcome focused governance on a broad level.
Yeah, and feel free to jump in here, anyone. So I think the work is really 4 areas, and we've worked on 2 of those areas already. So, and I'm going to go in order of sequence in terms of the areas, and you just spoke to 2, Dr. Baker. So the one area of work for us as a board, and I'm talking just specifically of our board work, is the community vision piece, which requires the community engagement piece. Right, and the community engagement piece is 3, and I'm repeating information here so that we don't start from scratch. One is we agreed that we would go into our respective districts, pair up, and do 2 kinds of meetings. One is convene folks to meet with us, and the other would be to join meetings that were already going on. And so we received the script, right, that you received that we can look through. The second type of community engagement, and AJ sort of called it one community outreach and the other community engagement, but it's all community engagement. The second was to use current spaces that our district has, whether that's our DLAC, our CAC meetings, and then utilize those spaces to guide our visioning around our board goals. And if we're missing any, there's a third area. So let's say we convene some meetings. Let's say we do some of this work in our own spaces to identify who are those key stakeholders that we maybe haven't engaged. All right, so we have a list that Dr. Baker has forwarded to us that we created. So we need to put some work into who's missing here, right, as we're engaging. So that's the first work area for us, that we are ready to go on beginning those community engagement sessions. The second area of work is then taking the data, the information, the input, the community vision, and then aligning that to the pillars that we have here in terms of our priority areas, and being very strategic in terms of, okay, out of all these things that we've heard from community, how are we strategically going to translate that into things that, again, align with our LCAP, with our budget engagement. So that area is more strategic, all right? And embedding that within our own conversations, the work that our executive team is doing, that's an ongoing thing that's gonna start when we start community engagement, build on much of the work that's already there, but it's an ongoing set of things that we'll engage in. The third is, how then do we take that and start thinking through our agendas more intentionally? So if we're engaging in a process, that's the community's vision around student success, how then do we take that, think through strategically the work that our district is already doing, can be doing, should be doing more of, and then how does that get reflected into our agendas? So one of our subcommittees worked on making sure that our agendas aligned with that community vision around student outcomes. So we proposed several things. We had a chance to look at them. We are going to begin that now. So our agendas become then more reflective of that piece of our work. The last, and again, I'm just going in order of sequence here, is many of these things need to be codified and have already been codified in our roles and responsibilities as board members. So we need to take one, not final look, but additional look at this and ask ourselves, is it here, right, what I just described? Are there things that are missing? Are there things that stand out? Are there things that we still need to tweak? And this isn't a one-time thing. This would be an evolving organic document that would be reflective of those first three areas of work: the community visioning, the strategizing around our priorities, and then upholding those student outcomes visions in our agenda. Is that then in our handbook? So I think that's the big picture of the work that we're in. Two of those areas, the handbook, right, and the agenda, right, we already have a foundation there to build on. Two other areas, the community engagement piece, we need to jump right into that work. And again, we have a script, we have community organizations, we have to start mapping out some timelines now for us to be involved. And then the other areas, taking that information and then having conversations, strategic conversation around then how we reflect that community vision with the work that we're already building here.
Ms. Kerr, were you gonna?
Yeah, so I'll just pick up. So once we do those things and we get to a point where we've got the engagement work, we have more data from iReady, then we need to do, the strategic plan is separate, but similarly values focused. Then setting goals for the board, which are then what we hold the superintendent responsible for when the superintendent is evaluated. And that's when we talk about SMART goals. So I think over the evolution of our work of the last year, two really important things happened today. One is the first set of data came to us, so we know where we're starting. When we started this work, we were in this weird pandemic assessment limbo and not really understanding where our kids are. And so today we got the first snapshot of where our kids are. And I know we were talking over lunch of that everyone is digging into what that data is and means from the school site to from the classroom level all the way into this room. So again, reflecting what happens in this room is reflective of what's happening on school sites and in classrooms. The second thing is what Dr. Benitez just referenced, which is the community engagement piece, the script, the folks that we are choosing to engage, the looking at the list to see if we're missing anyone that we need to engage in the work. And as we set those timelines for between now and I believe February was the timeline that we were looking at, when we come back together as a board, our responsibility is to take in those values and those visions and create those goals, those very specific goals of, we may have 15 things that are top priority to us just based on a snapshot of what we saw today. But how do we distill that down to the most critical 3 to 5 that we want to commit to monitoring over the next 3 to 5 years. Not that they're the only thing that we're doing, but they're the things that we will publicly monitor in our meetings to show folks, we said we wanted this much progress. We're going to talk about it at every single meeting, some aspect of that. So we know that we are progressing towards the goal, and we know that the superintendent is therefore meeting the goals set out for her. So those two really important things happened today. The community engagement questions and timeline has been set, and we have some baseline data to start. So while we're not going to go over the student outcome focus manual, I'll call to my colleagues' attention that the color-coded, paper really is a self-assessment of the board. So when we get all of these things done, we'll be able to go through this list and mark how well we're doing. So when we're talking about monitoring and accountability, it's talking about the board investing no less than 10% of our total public meetings monitoring goals, that the superintendent has showed us the interim goals and guidelines. So if we come up with that one big goal, so I used an example of a literacy goal this morning. So if we come up with a 3rd grade literacy goal for African American boys, if that was our goal as an example, then we say to Dr. Baker, this is our goal for 3 years. Please bring us reasonable interim goals that you're going to report on to show us that you are making progress to this thing that we said was really important to you. And that's a really technical piece of the work, but it goes to showing that in this room, the most important thing to us is that we are progressing towards our goals and that students are learning. We talk a lot. Today is a workshop day, so it's outside of our regular meetings. So we talk a lot about what we call the inputs of the ways that we get to achievement. We talk about adult behavior a lot. But what we want to start to focus on in our meetings is shifting to talking about how kids are actually doing, which is what Chris Brown took us through today. We want to spend half of our time at every meeting talking about how kids are doing in some context of the goal that we set. You talked about guardrails. So one of the things that's really important around guardrails to understand is they are that space with which this board asks the superintendent to operate. So an example of that could be the superintendent cannot implement any program that is not in line with the equity policy passed by this board.
That's right.
If you're going to pick a tutoring program, if you're going to pick an after-school program, you may not do that or bring a recommendation for approval to us that doesn't fall squarely in line with an equity policy that we as a board have passed. So it's the sort of, we trust you to do your job, but this is the one thing you can't do. And so it's figuring out what are those 3 to 5 can't do's that we hold the limits. And that you will also report back to us on progress.
Right.
So after we set those goals, which will be big, and we set those guardrails, you along with your team will come up with what are reasonable interim goals. And at that point, we as a board need to say, Dr. Baker gave us these interim goals. We're going to place on a calendar for the next 3 years when she's going to report on every single one of them. So if it's on our way to getting 3rd grade boys at grade level, when are you going to report to us on the current 2nd graders? Because they're going to be 3rd graders by the time the goal hits. So it's finding those pieces along the way that will demonstrate that there is movement towards the goal. And that's a 3-year calendar. So I know the frustration for me sometimes is I want to know how everybody's doing all the time. And then staff's heads explode because there's no way that they can tell us how everybody's doing all the time. But that if I have a calendar in front of me that says this is the date that I'm going to know this specific thing, and staff has prepared that information knowing ahead of time that that's what they need to be responsible for, we get to spend an hour digging into the details of that particular data set. And that's what being student-focused in our meetings is that we spend half of our time doing that. And the other half of the time, we get to acknowledge staff and celebrate some things and pass consent calendars and do business items. And talk about other policies, but that the bulk of our meetings become about, let's really figure out how kids are doing in this moment. So this self-assessment tool is a way that we get there. I know the first time that we did this last October, we were all a little dismayed that we were all at 0. partly because we hadn't adopted appropriate goals. And until we had SMART goals, we couldn't progress to the next thing. So I think it's exciting that we're to that space because Dr. Baker, you've put a lot of processes in place over the last year to help us get to the place where staff can tell us the things that we need to hear about how students are learning. So I am excited to dig into how we're going to engage, when we're going to engage with our community.
I do want, so thank you both. Well, let me, Mr. Otto, Mrs. Craighead, Mr. Miller, anything at this point that you want to pause and share? Okay. So I do want to take you into the handbook for a little bit of just digging around. So the second tab, so you're leaving the first 31 pages. The second tab should start with Board of Education Handbook, and it looks like a table of contents. You're not going to read the whole thing, but I want you to do a little bit of digging around and reading. So just a reminder that the board handbook exists to make procedures transparent and to create systems to rely upon. And I say that in acknowledgement of having 2 new board members this year that went through a brand new onboarding process, that asked great questions, that wanted to know, how do you do things around here? And so early last year, we developed a handbook with a set of appendices that are about this thick and can be updated every year in order to make the processes transparent. So you knew how to prepare for a board meeting, what to expect. And so this year's version is to update as we've evolved and learned as a governance team and as a district, is to update to edition 2 of this handbook. So again, not starting from scratch, you'll recognize the cover of the first version. This handbook also exists to support the primary function of the board, the 3 the setting policy, fiduciary responsibility, and then it defines evaluation of the superintendent. So I want to just I'm going to take you to 5 different pages to dig in. So I'm in that section that has Board of Education Handbook. The first thing I'd like you to do is, if you'll turn to page 5 of that section, just going to ask you to read the page on roles and responsibilities. This is a new section of the handbook, and this was based on input from Ms. Kerr and subcommittee work, as well as a read by the Council of Great City Schools, and then a review by legal. Just take a look and see if there's anything that you want to comment on that you see on that page. If you were in a classroom, our teachers would say, what do you notice and wonder that you see on this page? So what do you notice about what's described here that might be helpful, whether you're a brand new board member or just wanting to have something to rely on as role and responsibility? Just a few.
I think one of the things that stands out to me is that as our role as board members, our authority or power lies in the group. It's the 5 of us, and individually we don't have that power. And I think it makes our job easier when we keep that in mind, that we are a part of a governing body, and that individually we don't make any policies, we don't act outside the group.
Thank you. Any other notice or wondering or just comments about that section? Okay, I'll go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a lawyer in me, but a number in your 5th bullet, it says the board shall have the legal authority to, number 1, hire the superintendent. I think we also fire the superintendent.
Hopefully you don't have to do that anytime soon, but yeah, you do.
What never crossed my mind, but
Well, it did.
no, that crossed my
That is in the evaluation section, that you get to fire the superintendent if you want to. Yep, no, good point. Okay, jump to page 7.
Jill,
Oh,
I
go ahead.
just wanted to comment. Along with that, I think that it says hire the superintendent. It doesn't say evaluate performance either. So I
Good.
think
Okay,
that,
good,
I think
yeah.
that's also an
Good
important
noticing.
piece to add.
We're taking some notes while you're commenting. Thank you for
All right.
noticing. Yep. Oh, yeah, it is. Employ and evaluate, thank you, Brent, at least annually the superintendent.
See, that's when you said, peruse, I missed
Yeah,
that part.
that's
Thank
okay.
you.
We're just doing a
That's
quick
because
glance
you only
and
give us
comment.
about 30 seconds to look at it, but we're not.
Yeah. Yep. The next section that's new, this will look familiar to you, but on page 7, we have officially inserted a guidance for student outcomes focused governance site visit protocol. And I was thinking about this morning as I was listening to the conversation about data and how to connect that in your interaction with schools. Because as you lift community vision, part of the responsibility of community vision is the opportunity to visit schools and know what schools are focused on. And so I just went down that left-hand side. What are questions that align to focusing on student outcomes? As a board member, tell me about the levels of achievement of your students. What are the processes and practices that you use to monitor student achievement? What are the processes and practices when a student or student group is struggling? So when you think about what you saw Chris Brown present in terms of iReady data, even not knowing the exact data of a school, but when you're in your buildings, this is a great tool that keeps you out of the, day-to-day function, like, what do you need to do your job, but really focuses where you want your focus to be on the outcomes for students and asking these questions. So this was something that we developed, and I know a couple of you used it as a reference last year, but now it is in the handbook. So just any, glance and then any comments. This is a familiar document, but just new into the handbook.
I think it would be important to remember as a board meeting when you're visiting a school site that you don't need to bring an entire list of questions.
Yeah.
That if you go to a school site with maybe 2 or 3 questions, you don't want to give somebody the 3rd degree, and you don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable. We're just really trying to get a sense of the individual school cultures and to get to know people and establish relationships.
Mr. Otto?
It may just be a stylistic thing, but, so just like I'm getting all of this now and being said, what do you think? And I barely have enough time to turn the pages, much less read them and comment on. It was the same thing with the iReady stuff. In fact, literally everything we've done today, I got today, and I wish if I had it yesterday and I stayed up most of the night, I probably could have figured more of what my relationship was to it, and that's an ongoing thing that we brought up a number of times. So when I've actually seen this document before, and I thought, what a great idea to help frame how we do these things, and so I think it was terrific. But I didn't study it, but I now have it, and I knew that it's part of a package here. It's part of the way we will behave and act and as board members, and what our responsibilities are. And knowing that, I'll be able to respond more to it. And again, others that have been on the board for a longer period of time have absorbed this stuff a lot more than I have, but
Yeah,
but
and
it's great
you'll
information.
have time. We'll give you the homework assignment. So today was really getting everything out in public, and then we'll give you until the next board meeting if you have things that you want to comment on after studying the document. But really wanted to acclimate you to what's there.
I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with the work that's gone into this, all of this, and the thinking. It's brought it together in some ways. I know we've had some false starts and
Right.
wondered about
That's right.
how we were doing, but now we've got a package.
Yeah, good.
And if I can just add, Dr. Baker, so you're right, Mr. Otto, we have seen different sections of this.
Mm-hmm.
We worked on different aspects of this. This is putting it sort of in one place, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know I'm jumping ahead here, Dr. Baker. On page 10, second bullet point, for each draft agenda, the superintendent will provide all items to be considered, including legal documents, et cetera, at least 7 days prior. So that's the section, again, that subcommittees worked on. It wasn't included as part of this, but these are conversations that we had. Actually, I think over the summer, Dr. Baker, we sort of all, there was consensus up here to direct you to then put this together for us. So collectively, yes, this is the first time we see everything put together here, but different parts of this were worked on at different points over the last year, right? And so that's sort of the spirit of where I was coming from, that now that we have this is an evolving organic document, we can go back and tweak. But my sense of urgency, and I don't want to embarrass Dr. Baker here, but I've been sort of bringing this up the last 2 months, like, hey, when are we going to get to this? My sense of urgency was not, it's final, it's done, but let's get something, right, so that we can start sort of diving deeper into it. So thank you for that comment, Mr. Otto.
And so I'll kind of lay a foundation that perhaps either tomorrow under my evaluation or later in the day, if we want to carve out time in the workshop, pages 8 through 10 really codify the work around board agenda. And so not to put you all on the spot today, but if you're going to read a section tonight, to be able to talk about it tomorrow, pages 8 through 10, they put into the board handbook what our aspiration is around student outcome focused governance. So what will it look like to develop an agenda differently? What is the communication time schedule that will go with that agenda? So there are no surprises. There's an opportunity to ask questions. Documents for the public board meeting are given ahead of time. And then there's a process that goes with that. And the kinds of things that you'll see on page 10 and 11, the kinds of items that are eligible and not eligible if you're focusing on student outcomes in a board meeting. And so I'll encourage you to go back into that, especially because our time is short this afternoon, but to not feel like this is rushed. Honestly, this is our timeline. And as you're saying, Dr. Benitez, we're creating the urgency for ourselves so that we get to the next stage of this, which I do want to, before we close it, I do want to move us on to the next stage. So
Can I make one comment just in
course.
terms of the agenda stuff? So one of the things that we talked about in my last training session on this around the agenda was my homework assignment was to pull any random agenda from one of our meetings and go through it item by item and ask the question, because of this item, do I know more about how students are doing? Yes? No? And it was just, it wasn't a judgment, it was just, is it true or not? And if the answer was no, it was, so do we keep it? Do we get rid of it? Or if we're going to keep it, how do we modify it so that it reflects a connection to student outcomes? So as we're reading this tonight, you can go back and find one of our agendas. I will tell you that the one that I happened to pick was all no's. But as we're reading this, that really asking ourselves as we put things on our agenda, does it help us understand how, what students know and what they can do?
Yep, thank you.
Well, we can ask our counsel about this, but I'm looking very quickly at section on page 10 that says public board meetings agenda creation. And I think there's something in the ed code that talks about the public's right to put items on the agenda. I don't see that here. Maybe I haven't had a chance to look at it, but for example, and I've always kind of winced at that just because it has to be managed. But anyway.
Do you want Brent to comment on that?
It'd be great.
So the answer is yes, both under the ed code as well as under LBUSD board policy. The public has a right to request that items be placed on the agenda. And then when it's going to be placed on the agenda is going to be determined by the superintendent and the board president working together. What I don't remember from this quick review is whether or not that is in this, but if not, that would be a great addition into your board handbook. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Doug. Okay, so the last thing that we want to actually start today. Go ahead.
Sorry. I should have looked in the very first line. Board members and the public, see board policy 1120, should have the opportunity to bring up new ideas or subjects of interest for future board meeting agendas. So it references that. We can be clearer But the first line references the public's ability to place future items in the agenda.
And the last sentence, which you cited actually just from memory,
Yeah.
that the board president and superintendent. Yep, thank you, Brent. Agenda. Yeah, good. No, it's a really good suggestion. No, that's okay. That's why we're looking at it today.
And at the bottom of page 10, under public board meeting agenda item eligibility, provides criteria for, this isn't going to be arbitrarily the president and the superintendent.
Right.
It should adhere to eligible items. So that first line, the board intends to be a student outcomes focused during public board meetings. It's possible to accomplish this intention. The board will limit items on the board agenda to the minimum necessary to govern effectively, and then proceeds to list the criteria.
Yeah, good point. So want to spend the last few minutes that we have as a group, and Dr. Benitez is going to jump in on this, just talking about the community visioning process. And so on this slide, you can see statements out of the student outcome governance materials about community visioning, about the shared understanding of what the community ultimately desires to accomplish for all students, where values describe what the community does not want to see, vision describes what the community does want to see. And so part of this process, and this is just reiterating what we've talked about previously, is how to engage the community in talking to board members and staff, but board members predominantly, in community visioning sessions. And so in working with the Council of Great City Schools, and Dr. Benitez is going to jump in, but we're talking about a proposal to hold 2 community visioning sessions in each board area between December 1st and the end of February of this year. The significance of that, and someone said it already, but I'll just say it again, is that we're leading into a time of strategic planning. We have a strategic plan that formally sunsets at the end of June 2020. And so this is the beginning of that process that would lead into handing off some of this community vision data, as well as the processes of setting board goals, then into a facilitated strategic planning process for the district. And so we're imagining 2 board members, and we've talked about this before, but you would go cross district areas. So you might be in your district for one and somebody else's district for another. You would have support from staff. And then there's a script in your binder that outlines a sequence around 3 focus questions. And so what that looks like in practice is in a community space. We could contemplate using Zoom for some of these as well with language interpretation. It looks like someone who opens the meeting, probably a board member that opens and talks about community visioning, and then creates a public space for members of the community in a facilitated manner to talk about these 3 questions. So the questions being, what is Long Beach Unified not yet doing that it should start doing? What is Long Beach Unified doing that is not working and that should be stopped? And then what is Long Beach Unified doing that is working and that shouldn't be changed? And certainly we can nuance these questions, but that's the heart of what we're trying to get in a community visioning process. So Dr. Benitez, if you want to.
Yeah, and so I think in order for us to receive this feedback and input, we have 2 things that we need to do. And I'm going to suggest that we take between now and our next, if we're set to go with this December 1st, between now and our next meeting, not tomorrow's meeting, our next meeting in November, to do 2 things. One is to review the script, and the script was developed based on our input on it. So here, it's not about fundamentally changing it. It's about sort of making those last fine-tuning changes to it. And then second, Dr. Baker and I are going to draft a communication on behalf of the board to send out to all of the community organizations that we identified collectively to let them know about the process we're going to engage in. So that will sort of hopefully result in 2 things. When we set up these 2 meetings per district, per area, we will invite them. We'll let them know, here are the dates that we have in mind. We can, develop some timelines for RSVP and all that stuff. But we'll send out a communication saying, here are the dates that we have in our respective areas that we serve. Inevitably, there will be some organizations that may not be able to make it to those meetings. And there may be some organizations that we don't have listed here. So the next thing that we need help on is identifying who those organizations may be, so that we can provide additional opportunities for those organizations to engage with us. And those will be to be determined, right? Our minimum sort of get going is let's do 2 meetings per area, and then identify other opportunities for additional organizations and/or organizations that couldn't make it to those 2 meetings to participate in that process. Those are the 2 things I think before us right now. It's let's look at this list, finalize it, and then Dr. Baker and I, upon your approval, will draft a communication so that we can start communicating our plans to those organizations. Did I miss something in that,
No,
Dr. Baker?
you got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, these are practical things, but the likelihood that we're going to be able to schedule meaningful meetings in the month of December is almost fanciful. We're in a pandemic, people are shut down, maybe we can get a few, but I understand it's driven by a strategic plan deadline that we got to get this done. Would you repeat that? I wasn't sure I got that.
Right, so we're actually behind schedule that we had planned to implement in the fall, and that has to do with things like redistricting and wanting to focus our efforts in those areas. So we're behind schedule. I guess I'll suggest that the month of December that we try something. So maybe we hold a Zoom.
Sure.
We say we're going to try a virtual one first, and that way we know we may not be running into as many of the barriers around being out in the community, but that we try something.
Sure.
This is a lead-in. So if we finish the 10 meetings by February, in the meantime, staff is working on the preparation to move into a strategic planning process. And so while you're doing this, there's also work going on behind the scenes to prepare us to take this data and not repeat what you've done, but then to use it as a part of our long-range planning.
But there's no hard deadline for the strategic plan, is there? In other words,
Well, the strategic plan sunsets at the end of this school year. And so the hard deadline for us is certainly we can operate without a strategic plan. The district doesn't shut down because there's not a strategic plan, but we want to think about what we've been working on for 18 months and by the start of next school year, have a strategic plan in place.
Okay. I wanted the dates on it. And I think the community engagement part of it is so important but it's so important that it should be done well. And that means that we develop a little momentum, we get some interest in the community, all these things that are very difficult to do in the month of December. And I'm not saying we can't and that we won't, we could get it all done. I'm just saying practically, in my experience, if you want to get people engaged, there's ways to do it. And I'm not saying don't, I'm just saying.
Yeah, there could be challenges.
Thank you, Ms. Sherrod. Ms. Kerr?
Yeah, I agree, but I know we started this process a year ago, and I'm at the point where I can't let and I will speak in I statements. That's one of the things AJ talked to us at the very beginning. I will speak to my I. I can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. And while the engagement that we get may not in December be as robust as we like, and it gives us an opportunity in January and February to make sure we enhance it and make it more robust. I think it's really important that we get moving. The other piece and the other timeline on this is one of the things that we as a board talked about is the goals that we will have as a board for Dr. Baker for the 22-23 school year. And we give those goals to her in, I think it was May or June of this year. And so as we look at very specific goals, again, independent of the strategic plan, that's something staff's going to work on, we need to let our superintendent know the expectations of what we want from her in the next year. So I think we have to get started. And we know that it's not necessarily going to be as perfect as we would like. I'm already jotting down some folks that I forgot to put on this list and that I will get to you. But I think it's really critical that we get started on the process.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. And I want to, just clarification, not all of us are going to 10 meetings.
Right.
We need to schedule 10 meetings. We'll divide those up by parent.
Right, so you would be responsible for
Correct.
2 each.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was going to say, can we elect Juan to go to 10 meetings?
Well, what I can suggest, Mr. Miller, because
he
that
is
was
the
the
president.
second thing, is some of the groups that are identified here already have their own standing meetings. All right, so we had talked about that, right? So the communications here will be, we're scheduling these 2 meetings, but some of them are already meeting. We can, I don't want to use that phrase, but we can build on the meeting that they're having. Yeah, ask for time.
Yeah, sure. And I think a good example, a recent example of that is Ms. Takahashi and Mr. Suarez with redistricting. One of the things that they've done is outreach to existing events and attending a roadshow, if you want to call it that, about redistricting in existing meetings. So once we solidify the 3 questions, there will be an opportunity for each of you. Some of you participate in neighborhood associations. You could take the 3 questions as long as you have a way of capturing, and you could have those 3 questions in your pocket, so to speak. So wherever you are, you can engage constituents and then bring the data back to us.
I have a couple little things. So if we're talking about building on meetings that are already scheduled for other organizations, we're going to have to pare it down from our 90-minute script, from our 90-minute presentation, because I don't know of very many organizations that want to build another 90 minutes into their already busy agendas. So that's going to have to take some, another conversation maybe on how we tailor a presentation as we're attending somebody else's meeting. And then another thing, if we're only going to do 2 meetings for each district, that's not going to cover all of the organizations we have on the list. It's going to take more than that.
Yeah, so the way we're thinking about the community organizations is to do intentional outreach, and we're talking about drafting communication so that we ensure that they either participate in one of the 10 sessions by RSVP, that we track on each of those organizations participating, or if there's a circumstance where they can't attend any of those and provide their perspective or their voice, the voice of their organization, then we find a way either for staff or the board to come or to go to one of their meetings and probably in a modified way, as you're describing, Mrs. Craighead, collect data around those 3 questions. So it's not an either or, it's an and, but not necessarily the exact same version in the and.
Okay, so we're, as board members, our buy-in for the community engagement is basically 4 meetings to begin with, 2 in our own district, 2 in somebody else's district, no? Just 2 total?
2 total.
I think part of it was preferably not in our own district.
Correct.
That we cross-pollinate in different parts of the city, because sometimes we have a lot of communication with those folks, and when another board member comes and asks those questions, it might elicit different answers.
Right, okay. I wouldn't be opposed to doing 4, so I'm just putting it out there. I would be happy to do more.
Let's do it, Diana. Eric just said for me to go to all of them.
Yeah.
You and I will go to all of them.
Well, you're going to go to all of them. I'll just go to some of them.
So there's 4
Diane's
ways.
got 4, Eric's got 4.
Just so that we're on the same page here. I mean, we can have fun while we're doing this. There's 4 ways to get feedback and input. 10 of those ways will be at these 10 meetings, right? Not 10 of the ways. 1 of the ways will be at the 10 meetings that we're having. An additional way would be a modified version of this. This is in addition to those 10 meetings, a standing meeting that one of these organizations already has. An additional way will be, I'm going to have my handy-dandy script with me. The Long Beach, the North Pine Neighborhood Association is meeting for me to say, hey, is there a half an hour where we can seek input? I collect the input, stick to the script, bring it back as data. Then there's this modified, if for whatever reason, any of these organizations or others that we may identify are not able to make one of those 10 meetings, aren't participating in one of our standing meetings, we're not going to be able to go to one of their meetings. We will find a way to involve them in this process.
Do we discount the value of those meetings that come after 10?
I don't think so. No. And I think that needs that this is why we wanted to have this conversation, right? So that we could know what we're getting into here, Diana. I just heard you say you're going to all 10 meetings, Diana, so I'm good with that.
I'm sorry, you heard what now?
So that part of it, again, two things that we got to work on is looking at this list, by our next meeting, having a communication drafted with your approval by Jill and I, so that we can start sending out this communication to our community stakeholders.
I'll remind you. I'll remind you all. Great. And so in addition to that, Juan, and just to recapture, so reviewing the handbook and see if there are any final changes, not final forever, but final for this edition, for the fall 2021 edition. Juan talked about reviewing the script and then the organizations. And what we'll be back with in addition is the schedule for the 10 master community visioning events, and then you can sign up between December 1st and end of February, if we can get them all in. Yeah.
I have a suggestion. A quick glance at the list lets me know that there are duplications. I think there are different organizations that are listed in here a couple of different times because this is a document that we all contributed to. If somebody, it would simplify things if somebody could put them in alphabetical order, and then it'd be easier to see where those duplications are. So when, and I'm assuming you're going to do it as the board chair, when you are figuring out or asking us to sign up for different meetings, it'll make your job easier if you're not having to deal with those duplications.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
no problem. Staff will work on
Thanks,
that.
Diana.
This is raw data right out of AJ Crabill's file, so we will absolutely do that, Diana. Thanks for the suggestion.
Anything else, colleagues? We got through it, Dr. Baker. Any final items from your end, Dr. Baker? Can we get a motion to adjourn then for today?
So moved.
Thank you, everyone. Super productive day.
Yeah,
We'll see you
thank
back here
you.
tomorrow at 9:30.
Right.